But it's not between the U.S. and Iran. Iran says it has reached a revenue-sharing deal with Oman over the strait, but disagreements remain, and it blames Washington. Meantime, U.S. allies question whether the vital shipping route has been fully cleared of mines. And U.S. crude is slightly higher at this hour, $82.35 a barrel. America's listening to Fox News.
Hello, everyone. This is Ainsley Earhart. Thank you for joining me for the 52-episode podcast series, The Life of Jesus.
Neil McDonough portrays Jesus. Stacy Keach, Sean Astin, Michael York, and Kristen Bell provide the voices for some of Jesus' notable followers. A listening experience that will provide hope, comfort, and understanding of the greatest story ever told, The Life of Jesus.
Make sure to spread the word.
Listen and follow now at foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you listen to podcasts. From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
This is Jason Chaffetz from the Jason in the House podcast. Join me every Monday to dive deeper into the latest political headlines and chat with remarkable guests to hear their take on American life, politics, and entertainment. And don't forget, there's always somebody doing something stupid somewhere.
Listen and follow now at foxnewspodcast.com
or wherever you download podcasts.
Must listen to podcasts from Fox News Audio.
A landmark settlement yesterday as Meta agrees to pay roughly $18 billion to end a teen social media addiction case, but without admitting any wrongdoing. Tennessee's U.S. Senator and gubernatorial nominee Marsha Blackburn reacts on Fox News.
Even though they say, well, it is not our responsibility, the American people say, no, it is your responsibility to have a product that is safe. There are safety standards and duty of care standards on every single product that there is.
In addition to agreeing to pay billions of dollars in the case brought by 29 states, Meta, which owns Instagram and Facebook, will add stronger child safety measures. Michigan's Attorney General is threatening to leave the Democratic Party.
Dana Nessel's threat came during a David Frum Show podcast, warning that if the Democratic Party continues to allow hostile anti-Semitic rhetoric, it would force her to leave, saying her Jewish identity takes precedence over her party affiliation. Nessel previously announced she was skipping the state party convention because of anti-Semitic threats. Previously, Pennsylvania U.S. Senator John Fetterman said he'd leave the party if it stopped supporting Israel. Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
A trial date of June 5th, 2028 is set for accused 9/11 mastermind Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and 3 others.
Prosecutors had asked for a trial date in January of 2027, but the judge writing a realistic trial date must account for the hearing and resolution of pretrial evidentiary and compliance motions. Mohammed, who was arrested in Pakistan in 2003, has been held at the U.S. military base in Guantanamo Bay.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin reporting. And stock futures are mixed this morning, but the NASDAQ are up more than 1%, 328 points on NVIDIA's strong earnings. I'm Carmen Roberts. This is Fox News.
Temperatures are rising, and so are concerns about inflation, market volatility, and taxes. Revisit your financial plan this summer. VestGen Wealth Partners work with individuals to develop personalized plans that help navigate changing conditions with confidence. Visit GetRetiredStayRetired.com to learn more.
Advisory services offered through VestGen Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Securities offered through Private Client Services, LLC, member FINRA and SIPC. Private Client Services and VestGen Advisors, LLC are unaffiliated entities. Any information discussed does not constitute investment advice. VestGen Advisors and Private Client Services do not offer tax legal advice.
MyPillow is celebrating our country's 250th anniversary with savings up to 50% off their made-in-the-USA products. For example, get the queen-size premium MyPillow for $18.98 and the king-size for just $1 more. Get body pillows with a free pillowcase for only $39.98. Get the MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99 and $80 off the MyCross, all made right here in the USA. But there is so much more. In fact, they have over 200 products. Go to MyPillow.com and use promo code Chicago or call 800-489-0201 to check out all of the great products they are offering. Get everything from MyPillow blankets, sleepwear, kitchen towels, mattresses, duvets, pet beds, comforters, couch pillows, bathrobes, and so much more. Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201 and use promo code Chicago to get deep discounts on all MyPillow products.
Since 2007, Folds of Honor has awarded nearly 73,000 educational scholarships, over $340 million to the children and spouses of America's fallen and disabled military heroes and first responders. This year alone, 7,700 qualified applicants didn't receive funding, not because they didn't deserve it, because resources ran out. You can change that. On Saturday, September 12th, you're invited to an exclusive VIP concert experience at a private estate in the northwest suburbs of Chicago, featuring Gary LaVox of Rascal Flatts and the Swan Brothers, benefiting Folds of Honor. This is an intimate evening with incredible live music and an even more incredible cause. Tickets are limited, and if you own a business, this is your chance to put your brand behind something that truly matters. Honor their sacrifice, educate their legacy, make lifetime memories. For tickets or business sponsorship opportunities, visit foldsconcert.com. That's foldsconcert.com. Saturday, September 12th. Don't miss it. foldsconcert.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Labor Day savings are happening now at the Home Depot with select appliances starting at $399. Plus, save up to an extra $1,000 and get free delivery on appliance purchases of $998 or more. Upgrade your kitchen with a Samsung refrigerator featuring zero clearance, designed for all spaces with special hinges and slim doors for a seamless look. Right now, at great prices at the Home Depot, you can save on top brand appliances built to elevate your kitchen. Shop Labor Day savings at the Home Depot today. Offer valid August 27th through September 16th. U.S. only. See store online for details.
Freedom Summit Chicago returns to the Westin Chicago Northwest in Itasca on Saturday, October 10th. Headlined by investigative journalist James O'Keefe and former Wisconsin Governor Scott Walker. They'll be joined by Dan Proft, Sean Thompson, Jeannie Ives, Amy Jacobson, John Anthony, and many more. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Catholic Cemeteries of Chicago.
It's August 27th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is Petroleum Day. It's not just used to gas up your car. Petroleum has been used in one form or another since ancient times. On this day in 2008, Barack Obama becomes the first African American to be nominated by a major political party for President of the United States.
Nominate by acclamation Barack Obama as the Democratic Party's presidential candidate. Please say aye.
Argentina stuns the United States at the Olympics in Athens, defeating the star-studded team 89-81. Argentina would go on to win the gold, just one of two gold medals at the Games. Born on this day in 1908 on a farm in Stonewall, Texas, Lyndon B. Johnson. He was sworn in as president on Air Force One when then-President John F. Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas, Texas, November 22nd, 1963. I'm CJ Papa. That's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Some of the deepest wounds our veterans carry are the ones we can't see. The men and women who served this country often come home dealing with the lasting effects of that service, and they deserve our support that lasts just as long. The Core Medical Foundation provides wellness resources and medical care for veterans and first responders facing those challenges, making sure the people who fought for us don't have to fight alone. Their Core Freedom fundraiser goes even further, helping kids battling cancer and families facing hard times. Here's how you can join the mission. For just $5 a ticket, you're in the running for some serious hardware. Prize 1 is a Sons of Liberty MK1 Recce with an EOTech, plus a Canik Mete MCP Prime. Prize 2 is a Genesis Arms Ronin 12-gauge with an EOTech and a Huxworth suppressor. Go to CoreGunRaffle.com and grab your tickets. Every dollar goes straight to the mission, and it closes on October 14th. Support the mission. Support the families. Hold the line. That's CoreGunRaffle.com.
Have you been watching gold and silver lately? Hard to ignore. Back in January of 2025, silver was under $30 an ounce, and now it's more than doubled. Again, not bad, right? Some experts say this bull market is just getting started. Others say it's a good time to take some money off the table. Either way, whether you're buying or selling, Fox Valley Coins in Naperville is the place to go. They stock large quantities of all the major bullion coins and bars. And here's what sets them apart. Unlike places that only pay melt value, Fox Valley Coins pays more for high-grade coins and scarcer dates. That's real money left in your pocket. They also buy scrap sterling flatware, jewelry, silver-plated items, and old proof sets. And they specialize in U.S. and foreign collector and investment coins and currency, both buying and selling. Fox Valley Coins, one light north of I-88 on Route 59 at Ferry Road in Naperville. Family owned with integrity since 1981.
We work a lifetime to build a legacy for our families, but the most enduring gift you can give them is the peace of mind you provide when they need it most. When you pre-plan your arrangements at Catholic Cemeteries of Chicago, you replace the weight of uncertainty with the gift of clarity. Secure today's costs and protect your family from making emotional and financial decisions at the time of need. It's a final act of love they'll never forget. Visit CatholicCemeteryChicago.org or call 708-236-5400.
Have you ever wondered, with all the different religions and interpretations of the Bible, how you can be sure that you're on the right path in your spiritual journey? The powerful new book, You and God by Peter Philippi, helps you answer this question and discover how to establish a truly personal relationship with God through biblical understanding and faith. Get your copy of You and God by Peter Philippi today by visiting pbmusa.org. That's pbmusa.org.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
It's peaceful here. Quiet. But it wasn't always. Here, the past isn't confined to textbooks or museums. It's in the soil, a pulse within the earth. Here, you can walk in step with history, where others once marched towards the unknown. The past is never really behind us. It's here, under our feet. The land never forgets the stride of the weary or the reach of the hopeful. The land remembers. And so does the American Battlefield Trust, dedicated to preserving America's hallowed battlegrounds. Now, on our nation's 250th birthday, become a member so the next acre becomes the next chapter. The next chapter becomes the next lesson. Join the trust. Protect the future. Go to battlefields.org.
You need shirts, hats, polos, and you need them now. That's Your Wearable Words. Embroidery, heat transfers, custom printing. No big minimums, no big waits. Whether it's 50 polos for your team or 100 hats for your next event, their machines are running around the clock to get it done fast. Your Wearable Words is right here in Chicagoland, ready to ship directly to you. Your Wearable Words gets it stitched and delivered. Get started at yourwearablewords.com and order today.
The cookie cutter approach works well if you're making cookies, but not so well if you're trying to plan for retirement. If you want a customized income strategy, call Raj Shah and Rick Borick at SC Wealth Advisors today. Call 312-345-5494 or visit scwealthadvisors.com. Investment advisory services offered through SC Wealth Advisors, a state-registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Secure Capital Management, USA, LLC, Illinois Insurance License 100634984.
You've worked hard for everything you have, your home, your investments, your real estate. When you're gone, someone has to manage it. Choosing the right trustee or executor is one of the most important decisions you'll make.
We kept putting it off. We figured our oldest would handle everything.
Then we thought, what if something happens to him?
Or what if the kids can't agree? We've seen money tear families apart.
We called Home State Bank, and I wish we'd done it sooner. Home State Bank serves as trustee or executor for families across Northern Illinois, stepping in as the professional, impartial manager of your estate so your family doesn't have to carry that burden. They don't take sides, and they'll carry out your wishes exactly as you intended. Take the first step today by calling 815-459-2000 to meet with a trust officer face-to-face. Again, that's 815-459-2000. Home State Bank. Hometown professionals working together to build a stronger community since 1915.
The TV tide is turning, and millions of Americans are tuning to Salem News Channel. For breaking news, common sense analysis, and the conservative voices leading the conversation, SNC delivers the stories that matter most. Watch Scott Jennings, Larry Elder, Mike Gallagher, and many others tackling the issues facing our nation. Stream free on Pluto TV, Samsung TV, the Roku channel, and more. Salem News Channel. The news you want, the perspective you trust.
The Stephanie Trussell Show speaks to the heart of where you live, work, and raise your family. Every week, Stephanie brings you the conversations that matter most, from our local neighborhoods to the halls of Springfield, covering the local issues and the real solutions. Stephanie sits down with the local leaders, candidates, and everyday heroes who are fighting to make Illinois a place you're proud to call home. Stephanie is your community, your voice. The Stephanie Trussell Show, heard Sunday evenings at 7 p.m. right here on AM 560, The Answer.
As a local business owner, you get called every week by marketing companies. We get it. We have hundreds of satisfied customers. Here's what a satisfied client recently said.
Open enrollment is going great. We're hitting record numbers. Thank you so much for this report. It really is amazing to see how the marketing is really shaping our enrollment around the city.
Salem Surround. Is your business hard to find online? Meet with a digital marketer today for ideas that will make your business stand out. Visit salemsurround.com.
Only on Salem Now, featuring one of Charlie Kirk's final interviews. The new documentary, Can You Hear Me Now?, investigates modern prophets and their divine messages.
Some people absolutely have the gift of prophecy.
If God exists, how would he inject his information into our world? More than likely, he would use humans.
Satan would love Christians to just be a spectator, not engage, not participate.
Is there something he's trying to say?
Can You Hear Me Now? Pre-order the movie by September 10th. Save 25% and get the DVD free at salemnow.com.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-926-5959. That's 800-926-5959. 800-926-5959.
For over 40 years, the Heartland Institute has stood for the ideas that built this country. Free markets, limited government, and individual freedom. Now you're invited to celebrate that legacy in person. Join Heartland on Thursday, September 3rd for their 42nd anniversary benefit dinner at the historic Palmer House Hilton in downtown Chicago, one of the city's most iconic addresses for over 150 years. This year's keynote speaker is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who has led Florida through 2 terms of record economic growth, making it one of the fastest growing states in the nation. The evening kicks off with a reception at 5, dinner at 6, an evening of great company, great conversation, and a shared belief in the principles that made America exceptional. Seats are limited, and they will go fast. Reserve yours today at benefit.heartland.org. That's benefit.heartland.org. The Heartland Institute's 42nd Anniversary Benefit Dinner, September 3rd, Palmer House Hilton, Chicago. Don't just believe in freedom, celebrate it.
Foundations of Freedom, a look at America's founding principles and the leaders who shaped our nation.
Near the end of the Revolutionary War, George Washington received a letter from one of his own officers. Colonel Louis Nicola suggested that America might be better served by a monarchy, with Washington himself as king. Washington firmly rejected the idea. He had spent years leading Americans in a fight for independence from a monarchy. He would not see that victory end with America creating a king of its own. He understood that the cause of the revolution was greater than any one man. His example reminds us that power can be offered, earned, or taken. But character determines whether we use it for ourselves or remain faithful to something greater.
Your local State Farm agent Anthony DeGrotto combines good neighbor service with surprisingly great rates. You can combine your home, auto, and life insurance to not only save you money, but give you the peace of mind you've been looking for. Anthony DeGrotto is your go-to agent in Chicagoland. He and his team will work for you to provide the best service you expect at the price you want. Combine your home, auto, and life insurance today. Anthony DeGrotto will help you mix and match things perfectly. His State Farm office is a top pick 2024 Daily Herald Reader's Choice Award winner. He's a proud supporter of Tunnel to Towers and like-minded as you. His State Farm agency is currently looking to add members at their Roselle office. Call Anthony at 847-895-1500 today or visit DeGrottoSF.com. That's DeGrottoSF.com. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Individual premiums will vary by customer. All applicants subject to State Farm underwriting requirements.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local TV and radio stations. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Hey, did you ever track down that missing warehouse key?
I forgot all about it.
You forgot? You said that guy was furious when you had to let him go.
That doesn't matter anymore. Goldilocks set us up with new managed access control. We're keyless now. Everyone has a card or fob. Even their phone works.
Huh. You don't have to worry about people copying keys either.
Yeah, never again. Goldilocks allows me to handle everything from my phone or laptop. I can see who came into the building, when they left, restrict their access at night. I can grant temporary access to visitors, too. It takes 30 seconds to add or remove someone.
That sounds a lot safer and simpler.
Stop guessing who has access to your building. Set up access controls today by calling Goldilocks at 708-889-5600. Again, that's 708-889-5600 or visit GoldilocksInc.com. Goldilocks, security under your control.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Today, expect a mix of sunshine and a few clouds with a chance of a sprinkle in the afternoon. The high will reach 81 degrees. Tonight will be mainly clear, providing excellent viewing conditions for the lunar eclipse. The low will drop to 64 degrees. Tomorrow will bring partly sunny skies and pleasant weather with a high of 80 degrees. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
Now, from the Signature, a division of Esquire Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. I'm not giving it up. The COVID reckoning, even if Fauci escapes with his freedom, if not his reputation, and those around him too, the Deborah Birxes and the folk singer / former NIH director Francis Collins and others, we're going to continue the reckoning, and that includes the media. I know they're not spending much time, and they haven't spent much time on what's transpired over the last several weeks, both in terms of Fauci's testimony, but also the revelations on a range of topics about private conversations versus public disclosures and recommendations and general propagandizing. And those media types are still in their same purchase, most of them. And they haven't suffered the same public humiliation that Tony Fauci has, even though they so richly deserve it. So just to continue to refresh and distribute, the likes of Margie Brennan, we're supposed to take seriously. We're supposed to agree as a Republican Party to her as a debate moderator when it comes to a national election. No. I think you need to keep putting these things front and center to effect a reckoning and remind people of who they really are, these individuals we're talking about. When you go on Face the Nation and you remind Margie Brennan that this is how she treated Tony Fauci in 2021.
What about you? You going back to baseball park to throw out an opening pitch again this year?
Well, I certainly miss the Nats. I really am looking forward to this season. I hope that we have a situation where we can get out to the park and that we can get a limited number at first, but then more and more people into the ballpark.
I meant your own pitching arm from last year, but I'm just teasing you there. I want to ask you.
So, Chummy, there any important questions to ask at that time? The pronouncements made during COVID versus what was said after the fact, particularly when it's boomeranged on them. Fredo Cuomo, he's got a program on News Nation. Do you remember what he was saying when he was on CNN? Fredo Cuomo? About the vaxxed and the unvaxxed? And what the vax promised to deliver?
What does it mean that right after the White House called on social media platforms to combat the spread of misinformation, as I just mentioned, McCarthy and others attacked the approach? They're banking on misinformation. It's probably the most dangerous tool in the political toolbox. Even in their statement, the Biden administration just announced they're working with Facebook to censor more Americans. Big tech and the government want the same thing, to control you. As a reminder, America is a land of freedom. They don't even mention that this is only within the context of things that are demonstrably false and said to be deceptive. They don't even mention that part. Misinformation that we were just talking about is an urgent threat to our nation's health. It's certainly hindering the COVID fight. How many people do you know who aren't taking the vaccine because they heard fill in the blank? There are little micro receptors in there. It's about culling the population. It gives everybody autism. Nobody really needs it. It's just to make Trump look bad. How many people have said that to you? It's all
none.
BS. And it's going to take more than a pop star visiting the White House to get Americans to think any differently than they do now. Why do we have to have 200 people dying every day when most of them, almost all of them, are unvaccinated? You think that's a coincidence? We have the doses. It's available. Everyone from the Surgeon General to the American Academy of Pediatrics says the conspiracy theories and misinformation that's being pumped up mostly by the right is killing people. Misinformation that plays to poison partisanship is part of the problem with why people aren't getting vaccinated. The misinformation is a problem, and hopefully we can get on top of it. Republican leadership doesn't care about the threat of toxic talk.
Mm-hmm. So, please refer me again to Fredo Cuomo when he breaks bad on the DSA party because he wants them to do better. Oh, did you see what Fredo Cuomo said? No, and why are you paying attention to what he said? Why does anybody go on his show without making it part of their express purpose to remind these people of what they said and what they did? Their rank ignorance on display while they're demagoguing people who are asking legitimate questions and trying to caricature them as conspiracy theorists. Like the discussion, you've heard it on the show, about getting the vax or not getting the vax, what the promises are versus what we understand the science to be. Like it was these ridiculous things that he said. That was really central to the conversation. No, it wasn't. And any right-thinking person would dismiss any sort of crack pottery like that and get back to the substance of the matter when the situation was serious. He's reprehensible. And he's promoting big tech colluding with government to censor debate and discussion, intelligent thought, until it turned on him.
What Zuckerberg finally admitted today. The government was on him about controlling content related to COVID-19, and he went along with it. And
He's
I'm
outraged.
very slow to have limits placed on what can be said. I believe you want an open marketplace of ideas and let the best ideas win. This is Meta being told by a government with a stilted agenda, in my opinion, to do things, and they did them. I'm not sure why many in the media are slow to condemn what happened here. There is no question it happened and still happens.
He's on our
side. Unknown, right? And yet, the same accounts I have had for years without incident, suddenly, post-COVID, started getting flagged, content restricted, or removed. TikTok shut me down for a hot second. I might laugh because who does that to a member of the media?
Could you imagine something like that happening? I mean, it happened to the President of the United States, and Chris Cuomo wasn't too exercised about it. When it happened to him, what's going on here? How many people, we discussed it, people called in and talked about it being sidelined on social media in the heady days of Fauci worship and COVIDian orthodoxy. Scumbag. Paul and Carrie.
Hey, Dan. Good morning. I wanted to share a meme with you, but also just mention you're just falling on deaf ears despite all the evidence to the contrary. These people, even with everything that you could present to them, they're always going to fall back on, we were doing the best we could with the knowledge that we had. That's what they're going to say. They're never going to be accountable to this.
Well,
I want to share a meme with you.
Yeah,
Listen
go ahead.
to this. You've probably seen this. There's two guys standing next to each other, one masked, one unmasked. The masked guy says to the unmasked guy, "Get your mask on so I don't catch COVID."
Right. Yeah, right. Thanks for the call, Paul. But here's the thing. Yeah, maybe falling on deaf ears, but we now know you can't make that argument legitimately anymore because it's a known that they were saying different things about a range of matters privately, including the vax, than they were saying publicly. So you have to square that circle for me if you're going to stick to COVIDian orthodoxy. And by the way, the other reason it's still worth saying, fine, this may be falling on some deaf ears. What else is new? I mean, 90% of the things I fall on deaf ears in the Chicagoland media market. No kidding. But it's happening again. Alex Berenson is on it. Over 20 years after the media and Roche pharma company began hyping the flu treatment, Tamiflu, researchers finally ran a trial to see if it works in very sick flu patients. What did they find? Tamiflu killed them. Gold standard study showing Tamiflu, a flu drug given to 25 million Americans since 2015, is deadly, doubling the death risk in critically ill patients. How much coverage has that gotten? How much do you think it's going to get? And for the same reasons that the Fauci Hello Kitty diary entries are getting. Happening again. Let's check the headlines with Mike Scott.
5:35 in Chicago, 66 degrees. As we head toward the weekend, we're going to see a gradual warm-up. Our top story this morning, the search is on for survivors after a deadly flash flooding event near the Nepal-Tibet border. Authorities say at least 165 have been recovered. Bodies have been recovered. Hundreds are still missing, including dozens of Americans. An American Airlines flight bound for Charlotte was delayed Wednesday at O'Hare after the aircraft experienced a tire issue while taxiing for departure at the international airport. The FAA confirms.
I mean, I think there should be an urgency to get some more people on the ground figuring out what's going on. It's just an unsettling feeling.
American Airlines says the Flight 3280 had pushback from the gate when the problem was discovered. There were no reports of any injuries.
It's rare, but what we're doing right now, we're working with the FAA and also our airline partners to really investigate why it's happening.
Chicago Aviation Commissioner Mike McMurray. The incident was the fifth involving blown aircraft tires in Chicago this month, the fourth at O'Hare. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson has signed an executive order to establish what he calls new procurement standards for companies that do business with the city.
We are using the enormous purchasing power of the city of Chicago to put our values into practice.
Johnson says his administration cannot control decisions made in Washington, but it can control, he believes, what it does with taxpayer money in Chicago. Following a U.S. Supreme Court decision Monday, Illinois politicians are urging residents to send in any mail-in ballots to be cast in the midterms ahead of Election Day.
We want to remove that uncertainty altogether, use one of our secure ballot drop boxes.
Cook County Clerk Monica Gordon says further rulings and decisions on federal involvement in the court case involving the November elections and mail-in ballots are soon expected. Governor J.B. Pritzker has signed legislation that establishes some regulatory requirements for e-bikes, gas-powered bikes, and other micro-mobility devices. The bill requires riders of e-bikes and e-motos capable of traveling over 28 miles an hour to have a driver's license, title, registration, and insurance. The new laws take effect January 1 of the new year. Actor Tim Curry is dead at the age of 80, maybe best known for his role as Dr. Frankenfurter in the Rocky Horror Picture Show. He was also known for his role as Pennywise in 1990's It and the hotel clerk, Mr. Hector, in Home Alone 2, but maybe best on the big screen, starring with Sean Connery and Sam Neill in The Hunt for Red October. Curry began his starring role as King Arthur in the smash hit pre-Broadway run of Monty Python's Spamalot right here in Chicago back in 2004 at the Schubert Theater before Curry and cast headed to Broadway. Curry suffered a stroke in 2012 that put him into a wheelchair. And here is something that I did not know. Curry was the voice of the dad, Nigel Thornberry, in Nickelodeon's The Wild Thornberrys. I watched all 90 episodes. Chicago sports, Cubs got blanked by the Diamondbacks 2-0 to drop their 3-game road series. White Sox crushed the Rangers again at home, 10-4. Brenton Doyle, a 3-run home run. Tristan Peters homered for the 5th straight game, tying the baseball rookie record set earlier this year by teammate Mune Murakami. 2 other White Sox vets have managed that feat, Frank Thomas and Paul Konerko. The Major League record is 8 games, held by Don Mattingly and Ken Griffey Jr. The news, a service of AutoZone. Get into the zone and say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. Restrictions apply. Get peace of mind and get in the zone. AutoZone. Dan Proft and Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. And up next, a check of our AccuWeather forecast in the Air Right Heating and Cooling Weather Center.
Mike Gallagher sees the president fulfilling a promise. There is a dramatic decline in violent crime in America. He wants to make America great again, wants to make America prosperous again, wants to make America safe again. I've seen and been to enough rallies. That was in his DNA. He says it over and over again. Well, guess what? He's making America safer again. It's a fact. The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9 on AM 560. The Answer.
This is Seth Leibson for townhall.com. Since the election of the first Islamist to Congress 8 years ago, few have wanted to speak candidly out about what Ilhan Omar was saying and stood for, lest they be labeled Islamophobic. Since that time, political Islamism, has grown and grown. From the election of a mayor in New York City to several congressional candidates from east to west coasts, some of whom win their elections this year. This includes a congressional candidate from Flight 93 Todd Beamer's hometown, who was the right-hand man to the blind sheikh. In Michigan, Democrats have nominated an Islamist looking to serve as U.S. Senator. Abdul El Sayed has defended Sharia law in America, campaigned with Hamas supporters, and is speaking at a Muslim Brotherhood-aligned conference next month. Islamophobia is the irrational fear of Islam. We do not fear a religion whose adherents give this country their effectual support, as George Washington put the test of religious tolerance. But there's a growing number who wish to exploit our political system for their Islamist subversion. That fear is not irrational.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-575-8924. 800-575-8924. That's 800-575-8924.
The new All-Pro battery by Steel. Tackle any task with 60% more peak power. Exclusively available only at your local Steel dealer. 60% peak power comparison between AP300PC and AP300S.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Today, expect a mix of sunshine and a few clouds with a chance of a sprinkle in the afternoon. The high will reach 81 degrees. Tonight will be mainly clear, providing excellent viewing conditions for the lunar eclipse. The low will be around 64 degrees. Tomorrow will bring partly sunny skies and pleasant weather with a high of 80 degrees. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by In the Know with Craig Bolanos, powered by VestGen Wealth Partners, Sunday morning at 10 on AM 560 The Answer.
Now, from the Signature, a division of Esquire Bank Studios. Freedom Summit Chicago returns to the Westin Chicago Northwest in Itasca on Saturday, October 10th. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. A postscript on our latest installment of a COVID reckoning discussion. Mentioned Margie Brennan and Fredo Cuomo. Remember when Fredo and Andrew Cuomo were yucking it up on CNN when Andrew Cuomo was, America's COVID governor, doing everything right? Fredo couldn't have been more proud of his brother, more awed by the executive leadership. Handsy Andy Cuomo wrote a book about it. How about your local Walgreens pharmacy? You remember the propaganda they were putting out? How does this sit with you now?
If you're pregnant like me and worried about getting your COVID-19 booster, I totally get it. But here's what you should know. The booster is not a live vaccine, so it can't give you or your baby COVID. If you're pregnant and you do get COVID, you're more likely to have a severe case compared to someone who's not pregnant. The booster can help lower this risk. When you get your booster, your body makes antibodies, and that helps protect you and your baby. Ready to schedule your appointment? Click the link in our bio.
A nice lady pharmacist with the lab coat on. And what do we know about the vax and for pregnant women? Well, we talked about it with Dr. Jonathan Ellen, the former CEO of All Children's Hospital and Johns Hopkins a couple of weeks ago when the disclosures came out that they had great concerns about recommending the vax for pregnant women. Now, it's unclear if it was more dangerous for pregnant women than other cohorts, but there were real concerns raised privately that were never raised publicly for people to consider. They were not getting the honest understanding and opinion, both costs and benefits from, well, the public health officials that everybody was amplifying. Remember that next time you visit your Walgreens pharmacy. They were folded into the government, too, like good little propagandists. That's what we is Paul from Kansas. Oh, that we were going on what we knew at the time. No, you weren't, because you weren't disclosing what you didn't know. You were speaking with moral certitude, moral and scientific certitude about something for which you did not have moral. I mean, you had moral, but you certainly didn't have scientific certitude. It's in your own words. But everyone, I love this, Fredo Cuomo, everyone from the American Academy of Pediatricians to the Surgeon General. Oh, what an expansive opinion that is. It's about the width of the eye of a needle. Everyone involved in the groupthink agrees. Yeah, well, that sort of stands to reason. That's what groupthink is, Fredo. Kevin in Las Vegas, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer. Hey, Kevin.
Hey, Dan, good morning. Absolutely right with that last statement there. These people, they didn't get it wrong. They lied. I mean, they knew they were telling lies. And I love that the COVID stuff is being revisited, especially with Cuomo, too. I mean, he had the biggest show on CNN at the time. And then, I don't know, did you ever catch that little debate maybe a year ago they did? Patrick Bet-David was the mediator, and it was Cuomo and Dave Smith. Did you ever catch that?
Yeah, I caught some snippets on it, yeah. And Dave Smith, who I'm not necessarily a fan of on every topic. It was pretty good on COVID. Yeah, he did give Cuomo the what for on COVID.
Absolutely correct. Correct. There was a part where Cuomo was talking about, I don't like what they did to Joe Rogan, about how they shamed him and this and that. And,
right.
And Dave Smith is like, dude, you were the one shaming him. What are you talking about? And he's like, no, that didn't happen. And then
they play the clip.
They play the clip of him shaming him, and he still denies it.
Yeah.
These people, they played the clip, and I mean, I don't even know. They won't go back on any of it. They all know they were wrong, but they don't want to revisit it, like you're saying. That's why it should be revisited constantly. It's great that it is.
Thanks for the call, Kevin. Appreciate it. Yeah, no, that wasn't me. That was my evil twin. What ivermectin with like a horse tranquilizer or whatever they caricatured it as. Yeah, I didn't say that. Well, here's you saying it. That's not me. What I meant to say, you got to look at the entire. That's taken out of context. I was just raising questions. I was doing my job as a journalist. All these other, pathetic cover stories to being a propagandist, being a mindless COVIDian goon, and hurting people. I'm a good person. You're not. Now, your thoughtlessness hurt people and encouraged some people to treat other people very poorly. You're not a good person, and you won't take ownership of it. I made a mistake. I went down the rabbit hole, and I should have. I regret. Until I hear that, then no, you're a bad person. Terrible person, actually. And that goes for, Mr. Bedside Manner, Sanjay Gupta on CNN, too. He's another one who just recites the truth as so decreed by a couple of government commissars. Here's Sanjay Gupta in May of 2021 on the vax.
What I would say is that the science, I think, has been clear for some time on not only how well these vaccines work, as you alluded to, but also how well they protect you, how well they work in terms of preventing you from getting sick, but also how well they work in terms of preventing you from becoming infected.
Can't give or get. Can't give or get.
And most recently, how well they work in terms of making it unlikely you would pass the infection on to someone else. You remember, Jake, you say, well, I'm vaccinated. Why do I continue to wear a mask? Why do I need that? Well, the idea was that maybe you could be an unwitting carrier, a silent carrier of the virus still. I think the data, and I just got off the phone with Dr. Walensky, I'll tell you as well. I called her because I still had some questions after these announcements. But one of the big things was the data that came out over the past couple of weeks really showing that even if you've been vaccinated, and even if you tested positive for the virus after you've been vaccinated, which does happen, rarely, but does happen, the data is now increasingly clear that you'd be very, very unlikely to then transmit the virus to somebody else. You're basically seeing two communities emerge, the vaccinated community and the unvaccinated community. As a vaccinated person, you were wearing a mask because up until recently, over the last month, the concern was you could still be an unwitting spreader.
Super
of the
spreader.
virus.
Super spreader.
That seems very, very unlikely now based on pretty recent data. But so you're not doing a disservice to your community by no longer wearing a mask if you are a vaccinated person.
If you're vaccinated,
the person could
be the vaccinated, the unvaccinated. The unvaccinated are a public menace. They're killing people because you can't give or get. You can't give or get. You can't give or get. Well, we're going to reward you. You don't have to wear your mask anymore. You don't have to stand in an idiot circle because you can't give or get. You can't give or get. You can't give or get. And then Sanjay Gupta on Gavin Newsom's podcast.
What I think was unfortunate, frankly, and this was a communications problem, was that they seemed to also intimate that it would protect you from getting COVID at all, from carrying.
You mean like you did?
Yep.
You mean like you did on CNN all the time?
That. And, we reported as such that you don't have great evidence that shows that. When you have a vaccine that's protecting it against illness, it's usually protecting in your lower respiratory, in your lungs. So you're not getting that really, really sort of a deep illness. But you might still have it in your mucosa, in your mouth, in your nose,
okay,
in
doctor.
Your upper airway.
Oh, yes.
So you could potentially still be carrying it.
Yeah, he's so thoughtful. There was a communication problem. People were communicating things that were inaccurate, like me.
Trust the experts. Trust the experts. Trust the science. Trust the science. CDC, CDC. Dr. Fauci, Dr. Fauci. Mask on, mask off. 2 shots, 1 shot. Mask on, 2 masks. Comply, comply.
George in Libertyville.
Hey, Dan, great talking to you. I don't know how these people somehow don't get brought up on treason charges, because with as many people as we all know, cancer's going crazy, heart attacks, strokes, all these weird things. Nobody wants to admit it. But, so we all know that. And in mainstream media, 85% of their funding came from these bastard companies. But I'll tell you, what would really be interesting, and maybe we get to there at some point, is a worldwide study of the 10 to 20%, or whatever that percentage is, of those of us that from the beginning said this is outright crap. And I don't care the pressure we all get. There's no way that thing's going into me.
Yeah.
And who were these people, right? What are their backgrounds? What is their thinking? I mean, that should be the study.
What is their IQ? What's the median IQ of that cohort? Yeah.
Because that's the mindset that the rest of this economy needs to be based around. All right, buddy. Take care.
Thanks, George. Something Jeffrey Tucker from the Brownstone Institute, who was an important thinker during that period, we had him on the show regularly, still do. He makes a good point, and it calls to mind people who did do this and are still doing this, trying to deliver a reckoning as best they can, like Senator Ron Johnson from Wisconsin. Jeffrey Tucker, on his podcast, recently said the one thing you never find in any of Fauci's diaries is any sympathy for the victims of lockdowns or the vaccine injured. They don't exist. They talk about it a little bit as a group. Oh, it was a tough thing to close the schools and the impact it had on kids. Sort of, but it's given short shrift. Not a word of, from this empathetic crowd, these COVIDians. They're so empathetic. Not to anybody who didn't comply. Not to anybody who was victimized or injured, had an adverse reaction to the vax. They don't even care. They don't even want to to examine. They don't even want to disclose, outside of the self-reporting that's done through the VAERS portal. There's no interest in getting a handle on that. You couldn't get a beer at a bar. You couldn't go to the library. You couldn't go to the theater. You couldn't see a loved one at the end of their life. You can't forget that. Roger DeKalb.
Hey, Dan, in Tales from the Real World, so during COVID, I owned my own plumbing and pipe fitting business, and plumbing were deemed necessary, so we never stopped working. We never stopped going to people's houses. 19 out of 20 people a week, didn't care if you had a mask. We'd bring them to the door. The only people that really cared if they had cancer or emphysema, mostly, or really hardcore zealots. But the funny thing was, half a dozen times, people would say, "Oh, you got to call when you get here, and we're going to sit in the backyard while you're in our house. When you're done, call, and we'll come back in." Guess what gender every one of those people was? You got it, buddy.
All right, Roger. Thank you. George in Naperville.
Yes, Dan, I know how we love getting advice from our pop stars, but what we needed during COVID was more Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, you just need more independent thinkers, regardless of their profession. And if they have profile and we're willing to suffer the slings and arrows of the COVIDians, all the better. Bob, Buffalo Grove.
Good morning, Dan. Always good talking to you. Let me go off the deep end with this story.
Okay.
Way back in 1957, there was a TV series called Science Fiction Theater. You can find the episode online, YouTube. Number 52, End of Tomorrow. A mysterious doctor comes out of nowhere to create a miracle vaccine to cure all diseases. And I'll let your viewers or listeners check out the episode for the punchline at the end of the episode.
Thanks for the call, Bob. Yeah, life imitating art.
What's in the shot? It's safe. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Go ahead, get it.
It's
6 foot safe.
social distance, 6 foot safe.
Five-foot danger.
6 foot safe.
5-foot danger.
If you're 6 foot safe,
I'm 5-foot danger. I'm coming to breathe on you. I'm the grandma killer.
listen to the rules.
Coming up at 6:06, Karl Rove has a speech for GOP candidates facing DSA apparatchiks. We'll start there. 6:06, now it's 6 o'clock on AM 560 WIND.
Disaster strikes Nepal and Tibet. I'm Carmen Roberts, Fox News. More than 1,300 people are missing, including 700 foreign tourists, with about 50 Americans among them. A massive flood caused by possibly the collapse of a glacier led to the disaster. Fox meteorologist Adam Klotz explains.
Really horrible situation. Originally looked like a 5.2 earthquake, so we saw this seismic activity, but this was not an earthquake at all. All of this seismic activity coming just from that rock slide, just from that glacier breaking off, ultimately hitting the ground and moving those sensors. So this was a massive break, and you saw it fall from really high altitudes, right? So the Himalayan mountains, very, very tall, and you get this slide that starts to shake the entire earth.
Police in Nepal say at least 273 people have died in that massive flood. The Qatari prime minister is in Tehran to meet with Iranian officials today. Fox's Trey Yingst has more from Tel Aviv.
The defense will make their closing arguments first. Reddington said he will only need about 30 minutes, so half of the allotted.
And The Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, said that the U.S. is leaning into economic D-Day sanctions. And here's more from Trey Yingst.
The visit comes as President Trump told Al Jazeera that the U.S. is achieving a very big victory, but the war will continue as long as necessary. Another report crossed of an oil tanker being hit with an unknown projectile in the Strait of Hormuz earlier this week. The IRGC warned Wednesday that the strait would not be opened until the United States accepts Iranian demands.
And closing arguments are just hours away in the Massachusetts trial of Lindsay Clancy, who killed her 3 children.
The defense will make their closing arguments first. Reddington said he will only need about 30 minutes, so half of the allotted time.
Fox's Nate Foy and Plymouth. America's listening to Fox News.
64 degrees this morning, 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. An American Airlines flight bound for Charlotte was delayed Wednesday after the aircraft experienced a tire issue while taxiing for departure at O'Hare. The FAA says the crew reported 2 blown tires while taxiing for departure around 2:30. No reports of injuries.
It's rare, but what we're doing right now, we're working with the FAA and also our airline partners to really investigate why it's happening.
Chicago Aviation Commissioner Mike McMurray, it was the 5th incident involving blown aircraft tires in Chicago, 4 at O'Hare and 1 at Midway. Federal judge has agreed to review grand jury transcripts in the case of a U.S. Customs and Border Protection agent accused of robbing and sexually assaulting prostitutes in Chicago area hotel rooms. After it was revealed, it was a grand jury that returned indictment that also handled the now dismissed Broadview 6 case. The judge, Jorge Alonso, made the decision amid requests by lawyers for Luis Uribe that the indictment against him be dismissed because the grand jury was tainted. Governor J.B. Pritzker has signed legislation establishing regulatory requirements for e-bikes, gas-powered bikes, and other micro-mobility devices. If it has a capability of traveling over 28 miles an hour, you will now need a driver's license, title, registration, and insurance. And homeowners in Cicero are beginning to receive free sewer system upgrades through a federally funded flood prevention program. It's all aimed at reducing basement flooding. The check valve program is funded through part of the $96 million Cicero received from the Housing and Urban Development connected with devastating flooding in 2023. Cubs got blanked by the Diamondbacks 2-0, while the White Sox beat the Rangers, this time 10-4. Bretton Doyle, a 3-run bomb. Tristan Peters homered for the 5th straight game. The news service of Steiner Homes. Building homes is more than a business, it's a calling. Family-owned and dedicated to building custom homes with care, integrity, and craftsmanship you can trust. Visit SteinerHomesLTD.com, Northwest Indiana's leading home builder. A check of traffic and weather coming up next on AM 560.
Freedom Summit Chicago returns to the Westin Chicago Northwest in Itasca on Saturday, October 10th. Headlined by investigative journalist James O'Keefe and former Wisconsin Governor Scott Walker. They'll be joined by Dan Proft, Sean Thompson, Jeannie Ives, Amy Jacobson, John Anthony, and many more. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Opum Tax Advocates and attorney Stephen Leahy. WIND Chicago. Sign up for the AM 560 Answer Advantage to get early alerts on event ticket sales, special discounts, and contest opportunities. Sign up today at 560theanswer.com/advantage.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-393-1881. That's 800-393-1881. 800-393-1881.
Are you turning 65 and thinking about Medicare? Or are you over 65 and haven't enrolled yet because you still have coverage at work? Either way, Medicare done correctly will be the best health insurance you will ever have. Imagine having an annual deductible of only $283. There are only two good things about aging, wisdom and Medicare. But to navigate the Medicare maze properly, you need a mentor. Best part? My guidance costs you nothing. Call me. I can help.
If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Medicare, then you need a local expert on your side, your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 30-year licensed broker who's been educating our listeners for more than a decade. Steve, how can our listeners get in touch with you?
Thanks, Dan. They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551. That's 630-674-1551.
Gain insight into building strong marriages and raising godly children with Focus on the Family with Jim Daly each weekday at 11:30 a.m. on our sister station, AM 1160. Hope for your life.
6:08 Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. Slowdowns already on the outbound Ike between Wolf and St. Charles as you come through that construction zone. Bishop Ford accident, right-hand shoulder. It's on the inbound side, right at King Drive. You're backed up to 115th. There are actually two separate accident sites there, so drive with a little bit of extra care. Reagan, I-88, eastbound. You're jammed up right at the Tri-State. North Chicago. They've shut down both directions of Martin Luther King Drive between US 41, Skokie Highway, and Lakeside Drive. A couple of semis tangled there. And again, cleanup continues in North Chicago. Traffic, a service of the AM 560 mobile app. Download the app, 560theanswer.com/mobile. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. And up next, check of your morning forecast in the Air Right Heating and Cooling Weather Center.
Today, expect a mix of sunshine and a few clouds with a chance of a sprinkle in the afternoon. The high will reach 81 degrees. Tonight will be mainly clear, providing excellent viewing conditions for the lunar eclipse. The low will be around 64 degrees. Tomorrow will bring partly sunny skies and pleasant weather with a high of 80 degrees. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from The Signature, a division of Esquire Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. How Republican candidates, conservative reform candidates, particularly in key House and Senate races, as well as governor's races, how should they exploit the DSA candidates' true beliefs? Karl Rove has penned a speech to serve as a prototype to how to address a DSA candidate. And they basically all are, or they're, for the most part, or they're complicit. He used Angie Nixon as the example, Florida as the
case study. Angie Nixon is the DSA candidate for Senate in Florida, despite being outspent like 16-1. She beat a Ukrainian whistleblower, Alexander Vindman, the man responsible for instigating the phony baloney impeachment 1.0 against Trump. She waxed him. She has deep thoughts on a range of topics that sort of go along these lines.
Which, these for-profit prisons, these elected officials, these billionaires, they want our children to have an ill education, a ridiculous, a horrible education, right? Which is why they're defunding public schools, because they want to usher them into the school-to-prison pipeline. Why make sure that our children have a good quality education when they know they'll make more money off of them going to prison and exploiting their labor?
Yeah, that's the conspiracy that's afoot. That's why President Trump advanced a national school choice plan, and all these red states are advancing school choice opportunities for people without the resources that the rich have to nonetheless have the same choices that the rich have for the best educational fit for their kid. That's the conspiracy to mal-educate kids, not what's actually going on in government schools that spend a multiple of private schools for, generally speaking, inferior results. But okay, so you know what you're getting. That's why she's a good case study. So here's how he goes. See if you agree. Florida voters, fill in the state, but in this example, Florida voters face a big question in the midterms. How do you feel about a statewide ticket led by a member of the Democrat Socialists of America? It should scare the hell out of you, because the DSA's agenda is more radically leftist than any we've seen in our lifetime. And the DSA is increasing its influence in the Democratic Party. That's an understatement. My commentary. How bad could it be? Let's start with this. The DSA platform wants an America where you don't pay a mortgage or have a landlord. Sounds nice until you get into the details. In DSA world, government will build new publicly owned social housing. Some will remember those big, ugly apartment blocks in the Soviet Union. That's DSA leaders' vision, whether they admit it or not. Unless they say otherwise, you should assume Angie Nixon and my Democrat opponent support it. The DSA agenda says government must treat food, energy, education, medicine, and transportation as common goods and utilities, and that democracy requires public ownership of the largest corporations and essential industries. Again, you should assume Miss Nixon and my Democrat opponent are on board with the DSA unless they deny it. Here are some questions. Since food would be a common good, would farmers work for the government? What about large Florida companies? Will government take over your local public store? The home builder Lennar? How about Ryder Trucks and CSX Railroad? Miami is the headquarters for Carnival, Norwegian, and Royal Caribbean Cruise Lines. Does Miss Nixon want government to take over? Does my opponent? If they won't say so, assume they do. Let's get really serious. Do we want federal bureaucrats to be in charge of Mickey Mouse and Disney World? The free enterprise system has shortcomings. That's why I'm a reform conservative. But our free enterprise system made America the most prosperous, creative, open, and compassionate country in the world. It's why people want to come here. There are many more things the DSA demands that Floridians should be concerned about. A 32-hour work week, but with a 40-hour paycheck. What small business could cope with that? Phasing out the use of fossil fuels, fully abolishing the police and prison system, abolishing ICE, and legalizing migration, that is, open borders. DSA would defund the Department of War and close overseas military bases. The DSA was silent at best following Hamas's October 7th attack and obsessively accuses Israel of genocide. I'll ask again, do Angie Nixon and my opponent in this House race agree with the DSA program? If not, say so emphatically and forcefully loud enough so DSA supporters hear. But if they refuse to disavow or remain silent, then we Republicans should attack and attack again, make them squirm as voters turn against them. The gist of Karl Rove's cut and paste speech, if you so choose to use it or fashion something from it. Your thoughts? 312-642-5600, alphawealthgroup.com, call and text line. There's some things in there that are they're obvious and good. It's a little flat for me. It's a little passive for me. You know, which is sort of what you would expect from Rove, who's, you know, a septuagenarian establishment type Republican. I think things need to be a little bit more pointed, need to have a little bit more urgency. And, you know, does my opponent agree? If she does or does not, then she should say so. The record will reflect that they are signed on to the platform in the pronouncements they've made. So, I mean, I would use their own words against them in terms of their policy positions, as well as those of the organization to which they are affiliated. When Michigan Representative Debbie Dingell says this,
I'm done. So don't any reporter ask me again about Hassan Piker. It's not what November is about. Republicans are trying to make it. They're trying to divide us. And we got to stop letting them try to divide.
You don't want to be asked about Hassan Piker? Okay, I have a question about Hassan Piker. Whatever Debbie Dingell is sick of responding to is what you should press her and her colleagues to respond to, particularly in Michigan with Hassan Piker's good buddy, El Sayed. That is not a guilt by association. That's a description of members of the same team and what you're getting when you get El Sayed. Hassan Piker, not to mention El Sayed's family, as we've talked about, that are a terrorist adjacent, would actually be generous given his mom's previous work history. But the larger question here about framing the DSA and making sure there's a sense of urgency from, you know, those on-again, off-again Trump voters, that many of whom can't seem to get motivated to vote when Trump is not on the ballot. That's an issue, the so-called enthusiasm gap at present. 312-642-5600, alphawealthgroup.com. Call and text line. And there's something else that Rove's draft speech for, you know, open source speech for use by candidates who so find value in it. Something that is missing. That's important to fold into this larger conversation and maybe provide that sense of urgency, or more of a sense of urgency. Get to that in a second, unless you want to hazard a guess. Ed in Oak Brook, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, you know what? That's great, but I don't think people really listen to speeches anymore. I think he should write up with something that I can challenge, let's say my neighbor who wants to be a liberal and tell me how bad Trump is, forgetting all the crap that, let's say, Biden or Harris. You know, like things like you can't have a gas stove in the city anymore. I'm in the car business. I'm not in the car business, but I'm a car enthusiast. How the Democrats want to take away old classic cars. They want to just find the crap out of you just because a few people abuse the antique license plate thing. These are the things that I think would resonate with people that are actual on the fencers, as you just mentioned. So that's all I got.
Thanks for the call, Ed. Well, the one thing I would fold in as certainly part of the case against the DSA that Rove mentions, but sort of in passing, and it's related to an awful terrorist attack, as all terrorist attacks are, in Gaza. That's what he mentions. But what does that mean for America? I'm talking specifically about the specter of Islamism in this country. I mean, does it get brought home when the Girl Scouts? I know the Girl Scouts is lost. They were lost long ago when they started to partner with Planned Parenthood. But the Girl Scouts have a Islam merit badge now. The rise of Islamism, which is running concurrent with DSA, as we have talked about. from Mamdani to El Sayed and others. And the news out this week that the Muslim Brotherhood, which is still a designated terrorist organization, is releasing funds and partnering with the sort of quote unquote legitimate public-facing front, CARE, Council on American Islamic Relations, to recruit the candidates that they will fund. I mean, this is maybe particularly salient in Michigan because of the microcosms that are Dearborn and Hamtramck, but certainly not limited there. And the rhetoric from the Islamists and the secular communist apparatchiks involved in the DSA revolution is indistinguishable. Lou in Chicago Heights.
Well, when he was talking about public housing and those high-rise buildings like they had in Eastern Europe and Russia, those are the buildings that we had here that was built in the 1960s to control the African-American population. In Europe, they did that to control the people. Government housing has always failed, so they want to take us back to the Robert Taylor homes and the Cabrini Greens. That's the way I look at it.
Thanks for the call.
What say you?
Thanks for the call, Lou. No, but they were human warehouses. Yeah. It's one of the reasons that Chicago is the most de facto segregated city in the country. Was and still is. The Islamism piece, though. This is from a debate at Oxford Union 13 years ago. A British politician, Anne Marie Waters, debating Mehdi Hassan. The resolution, is Islam a religion of peace? And I don't know that a theological discussion is mission critical in the context of domestic politics here. But the rise of Islamists who believe in imposing Sharia law, like El Sayed has so said, that's an issue. And what the DSA is a collection of totalitarians. They may come from slightly different angles, but they have the same targets and mostly the same end game. Some of those non-Islamist totalitarians may wind up on the wrong side of it because they don't really understand what they're getting into bed with, but you treat them as a collection of totalitarians.
Let me tell you what actually whips up fears of Islam. We would take it from the top: 9/11, the London Underground bombings, Madrid, Mumbai, Mali, Bali, northern Nigeria, Sudan, Afghanistan, Saudi Arabia, Iran, Yemen, Pakistan, death for apostasy, death for blasphemy, death for adultery, death for homosexuality, gender segregation, gender discrimination, unequal testimony between men and women in legal proceedings, child marriage, amputations, beheadings, imprisonment for being raped, anti-Semitism, burqas, execution, as I've said, for this, that and the other, the slaughter of Theo van Gogh on the streets of Amsterdam, death threats on the streets of London, butcher those who insult Islam, Muslim patrols in East London telling people they are entering Sharia-controlled zones, polygamous marriages, marriage not requiring the consent of the bride. This is what causes fear of Islam. It is not me, it is not my colleagues on this side.
What information on that point?
Pretty good rundown, and that's 13 years ago. And as I said, this is not painting with a broad brush. It is to say that a small percentage of a big number can be a big problem when you turn over a free society to that element within the global Muslim world that is totalitarian in nature, Islamist in nature. 1.5 billion Muslims, open borders, indiscriminate entrance of peaceful pluralist Muslims and not so peaceful pluralist Muslims. And which ones are being elevated as representatives of the DSA party? In Britain, just to give you another example, sticking in Britain for a moment, more recently, there is a way to avoid being murdered because you're an infidel. You just pay a tax.
So again, jizya, we start saying like this, like that. There's no need. And just to clarify as well, yes, jizya is taken from the non-Muslims. We take the jizya from the non-Muslims, the combatants, the enemies of Allah and His Rasul, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, in exchange. And when we say like tax, it's not like a council tax or road tax that you're paying. You understand? And I'll get to that point as well, is we're taking in exchange for your blood, for your life. Do you understand? We're taking it in exchange for your blood, for your life. This is mentioned by the commentators of the Quran as well. The Mufassirin, they've explained, the Fuqaha have gone into detail. And why are we taking this is because you are a rebellion. You are rebellious against Allah and His Rasul sallallahu alayhi wasallam. And because we have mercy, Islam has mercy, we're saying you pay the jizya. And again, we don't want to get into the discussion of how much and how much is stipulated, and the Fuqaha have explained this. But when you give the jizya to the Imam, the commander of the Mujahideen, or whoever's in charge at the time, then what we are guaranteeing you is a protection for yourself, for your property, for your family, for your children, and also we will fight off or fend off the enemy that attacks you. Let me give you an example. In 2024, last year, there was an article in The Guardian that said that just in the year 2024, Islamophobia, the rise of attacks against the Muslims in just that 1 year, rose to approximately 73%. You understand? You pay road tax, you pay council tax, you pay this tax, bin tax, all these taxes, and they still can't give some sort of value to the Muslims. And what does Islam say? Jizya. We're saying we're not taking your blood in the battlefield. You're giving us jizya, and in exchange in jizya, what's going to happen is if an outsider attacks you guys, we're going to protect you as well.
It's great. You just pay jizya, protection racket. It's an interesting vision for the UK. Now you understand why the Western Europe is on the decline. Does jizya include, in terms of the amount, covering reparations? Because Abdul Rahman Al Sayed, he's a proponent of reparations, despite the, middling he did on Jesse Waters earlier this week. But it's something we can have a conversation about. He doesn't want to have a conversation about it.
And we owe the reparations of recognizing that this country was built on uncompensated labor of enslaved people. I believe we owe it to engage in reparations. There are so many ways in which we need to have a conversation about reparations. We need to invest in reparations. We need reparations in this country.
Any questions about that? Is that unclear? That this piece of it needs to be included in the defining of these candidates representing this takeover of that party. Tony, Downers Grove.
Hey, Dan. Last week I mentioned something, and you said don't paint with a broad brush. And, I wasn't talking about the Rudy Gassers that you have on, the ones that have Western values. We're talking, and people say this all the time, and I think you even said it. It's an ideological and cultural difference. And that is more than just a small percentage of radical Islamic Muslims. That's a whole bunch of people that are just sitting back who have those ideological and cultural beliefs, and they are not Western. That's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about those who are carrying Western values. We talk about this. It's about assimilation. And I'm sorry. That's my belief.
I agree, but I don't know what the number is. Nobody does. But as I've said many times, when we were talking, years ago about more frequent incidents of Islamist-inspired violence, say it's 1%. Well, 1% of 1.5 billion people is 15 million people. That's a big number. And based on public opinion surveys of theocratic Islamist nations, I think the number's a lot bigger than 1%. Now, fold that into 4 years of open borders.
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Since 2007, Folds of Honor has awarded nearly 73,000 educational scholarships, over $340 million to the children and spouses of America's fallen and disabled military heroes and first responders. This year alone, 7,700 qualified applicants didn't receive funding, not because they didn't deserve it, because resources ran out. You can change that. On Saturday, September 12th, you're invited to an exclusive VIP concert experience at a private estate in the northwest suburbs of Chicago, featuring Gary LaVox of Rascal Flatts and the Swan Brothers, benefiting Folds of Honor. This is an intimate evening with incredible live music and an even more incredible cause. Tickets are limited, and if you own a business, this is your chance to put your brand behind something that truly matters. Honor their sacrifice, educate their legacy, make lifetime memories. For tickets or business sponsorship opportunities, visit foldsconcert.com. That's foldsconcert.com. Saturday, September 12th. Don't miss it. foldsconcert.com.
Labor Day celebrates fair wages, reasonable hours, and big savings on Beautyrest at Hassellus Mattress. Through Labor Day, Hassellus will give you $200 off and a $100 rewards cash card, plus free next day delivery and removal of your old mattress, plus a free adjustable base with the purchase of any Beautyrest world-class mattress. Save big on Beautyrest now through Labor Day at Hassellus Mattress. Find an employee-free showroom near you or shop online at hassellus.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Just another point of order to take judicial notice of. In the last 5 years, more than 140 churches have been firebombed or vandalized in Canada. 0 mosques. Coincidence? Coming up at 6:36, a socialist economic curriculum trying to insinuate itself into Texas K through 12 schools, and you can be sure elsewhere. Take notice of this. Something else you can be on the lookout for. We'll have a little discussion of economics, which folds into the larger political discussion of what's on the ballot in November. 6:36. Now we check the headlines with Mike Scott.
66 degrees this morning at 6:33. In the QC Kinetics newsroom, the search is on for survivors, if any, after deadly flash flooding near the Nepal-Tibet border. Nepalese Army rescue crew went down in the aftermath of the floods to try and help those who were trapped. Helicopters hovering over at least 200 still missing, trying to pull some from the wreckage. At least 165 bodies have been recovered, and among the still missing, dozens of Americans. 24 Democrat-led states are suing to block President Trump's order limiting mail-in voting.
States run our elections, period. Not the Postal Service and not the president. And that's why we sued the federal government.
Arizona AG Chris Mays says the order directs agencies to compile a list of confirmed U.S. citizens eligible to vote in each state. The Postal Service would then oversee mail-in voting by establishing minimum uniform standards. The suit calls that order unconstitutional. The man allegedly behind the 9/11 attacks will stand trial in June of 2028. A military judge made that ruling Wednesday, 25 years after the attacks and 2 weeks before the 9/11 anniversary. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed was captured in 2003 and has been held at Guantanamo since 2006. An American Airlines flight bound for Charlotte was delayed Wednesday after the aircraft experienced a tire issue while taxiing for departure at O'Hare.
I mean, I think there should be an urgency to get some more people on the ground figuring out what's going on. It's just an unsettling feeling.
Chicago Aviation Commissioner Mike McMurray says the incident was the 5th involving blown aircraft tires in Chicago this month, 4 of those at O'Hare. Governor J.B. Pritzker has signed legislation establishing a regulatory requirement for e-bikes gas-powered bikes and other micro-mobility devices after a summer where at least 3 accidents involved fatalities. The Senate bill requires riders of e-bikes and e-motos capable of traveling over 28 miles an hour to have a driver's license, title, registration, and insurance, and the new law goes into effect in January of next year. Cubs got blanked by the Diamondbacks 2-0. White Sox crush the Rangers again at home 10-4. Brenton Doyle blasting a 3-run home run. Tristan Peters homered for the 5th straight game. The news service of the AM 560 Advantage, where membership has its privileges. Join today at 560theanswer.com/join. A check of traffic and weather coming up next on AM 560.
Be a part of the Freedom Chamber Meet and Greet, an evening to connect with pro-American business owners, leaders, and members of our community. Join the Freedom Chamber team and network with local members on Thursday, September 10th from 4:30 to 7 p.m. at Shannon's Deli in Lombard. Enjoy drinks, snacks, conversation, and a special tribute to our friend, Charlie Kirk. Space is limited, so register for free today at 560theanswer.com/chamber.
Foundations of Freedom, a look at America's founding principles and the leaders who shaped our nation.
Near the end of the Revolutionary War, George Washington received a letter from one of his own officers. Colonel Louis Nicola suggested that America might be better served by a monarchy, with Washington himself as king. Washington firmly rejected the idea. He had spent years leading Americans in a fight for independence from a monarchy. He would not see that victory end with America creating a king of its own. He understood that the cause of the revolution was greater than any one man. His example reminds us that power can be offered, earned, or taken. But character determines whether we use it for ourselves or remain faithful to something greater.
You've worked hard for everything you have, your home, your investments, your real estate. When you're gone, someone has to manage it. Choosing the right trustee or executor is one of the most important decisions you'll make.
We kept putting it off. We figured our oldest would handle everything.
Then we thought, what if something happens to him?
Or what if the kids can't agree? We've seen money tear families apart.
We called Home State Bank, and I wish we'd done it sooner. Home State Bank serves as trustee or executor for families across Northern Illinois, stepping in as the professional, impartial manager of your estate so your family doesn't have to carry that burden. They don't take sides, and they'll carry out your wishes exactly as you intended. Take the first step today by calling 815-459-2000 to meet with a trust officer face-to-face. Again, that's 815-459-2000. Home State Bank. Hometown professionals working together to build a stronger community since 1915.
You know what really keeps me up at night? It's the criminals feel more and more bold. They have no fear of any consequences because there are none. So I did what anyone with a family should do. I called Goldilocks. They're not just some cookie-cutter security company. Goldilocks has been protecting Chicagoland homes and businesses for 4 decades, 40 years. And they actually listen. Their technician comes out to the house. He takes a look at what you need to make your house a smart home with a security system you can monitor from anywhere. It's built specifically for me and my family. Motion sensors, smart locks, cameras, monitoring, all customized. I don't trust anybody in Illinois to protect my family. I do it, and I did it by calling Goldilocks. I trust Goldilocks to keep my house, my property, and my family safe. Tell them Sean Thompson sent you, and Goldilocks will include 3 months free monitoring with any new installation. Call Goldilocks at 708-889-5600. That's 708-889-5600. Or visit them online at GoldilocksInc.com.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Team Hochberg Traffic Center time at 6:40. Accident Dan Ryan, right lane blocked. Outbound at 87th, you're backed up to 83rd. Reagan, I-80A jams up eastbound right at Cermak. Route 53, stop and go northbound right at the Ike all the way to Kirchhoff in that construction zone. And an accident 8094 eastbound at Grant. That accident being shoved off onto the left-hand shoulder. Traffic, a service of USPS Ground Advantage. We mean business. Business moves fast. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. And up next, a check of the morning forecast in the Air Right Heating and Cooling Weather Center. Sunny to partly cloudy. May have a sprinkle or two this afternoon. High 81, clear and 63 overnight. Partly sunny and pleasant tomorrow, a high of 82.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is sponsored by Protecting Your Assets with Steve Shyman. Listen Saturday mornings at 8. Learn more at willsave.com.
Now, from The Signature, a division of Esquire Bank Studios.
'Cause they got the beat, the campus beat, the campus beat. Yeah, the campus beat.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. Talking about K through 12 campuses right now. If you believe, as Nobel laureate Friedrich von Hayek, author of The Road to Serfdom, Constitution of Liberty, if you believe, as he did, that to be controlled in our economic pursuits is to be controlled in everything, then you might want to tell somebody. Because the other side is telling a very different story, and of course they have institutional control of most of America's mediating institutions. It's a big problem. I'll say again, the fight for America's next 250 starts in the classroom. We had Emil Barr on, successful young entrepreneur, a couple days ago, per his piece in the Wall Street Journal. 53% of self-identified conservatives under 40 support government-run grocery stores. A majority of self-identified conservatives under 40 support gimme dat grocery stores, Mamdani grocery stores. That should be rather jarring news to you. Free Press just did a survey they posted today. Only 1 in 3 Americans have a favorable view of capitalism. And I understand the terminology, capitalism is a Marxist term, and we shouldn't use it. We should use free enterprise. We need to explain what it is. But let's start doing it then, because we're losing the discussion. And the country will follow if we do. 312-642-5600, alphawealthgroup.com, call and text line. And pay attention to your local schools, won't you? In case this is circulating, Next Gen Personal Finance Curriculum. The Next Gen Personal Finance Curriculum. It's being pushed in K through 12 schools in Texas. So if it's being pushed in Texas, then it's coming to a school district near you. You can be sure of that. This is a distillation of it, including some slides from the curriculum itself, from a policy wonk over at the Cicero Institute.
Is this financial literacy curriculum horribly condescending to minorities? Next Gen Personal Finance is a financial literacy curriculum targeted at high schoolers. Currently, they're fighting for implementation in Texas with goals to be in every single American state by 2030. NGPF has a unit entitled Racial Discrimination in Finance, which reveals their whole agenda, which opens by having their students compare financial data across races and then make inferences about why these disparities exist. Students are pushed to come to the conclusion that it is because of the American economic system. The American economic system, as we know, is primarily free market and capitalist. This system is poorly demonstrated in this graphic found in a student activity packet, where the equality box. The equality box, however, is deeply unjust, according to NGPF. Even equity, a major step towards socialism, is still not cutting it for NGPF. The preferred system, according to this graphic, is one of justice. Take a good look at it. That simply is socialism. The other facet of justice, according to NGPF, is reparations. They explicitly ask students to find the relationship between justice and reparations. This is following a lesson that outlines the history of reparations in America, and the entire time they go into how reparations is just what the good person would do. In promoting reparations in this way, NGPF attempts to take the moral high ground on issues of race over writer, speaker, and former slave Frederick Douglass. That's an interesting move in my book. After teaching their students all about systemic racism, white supremacy, and socialism, students are asked to put it into action by making an Instagram, TikTok, or other social media post to educate and mobilize the actions of others. NGPF is not at all shy about what they're doing. This is all on their public website. So what do you think? Is this curriculum appropriate for our K-12 classrooms?
Oh, DEI is dead because Trump got elected? The red shirts, the teachers union red shirts that control government schools, even in red states, different reds. They gave up. They packing it in? Clearly not. Not only are they not packing it in, they're winning. And, of course, they're being buttressed by the press corps. The Boston Globe is running a series now entitled Money, Power, and Inequality. The wealth gap, the racial wealth gap in Boston and Massachusetts writ large. And they're cooking the books, as is their wont. But are we here on the free enterprise side providing a response equal to the task at hand? Providing proactive instruction equal to the task at hand?
Massachusetts is one of the wealthiest states in the country, but the way that wealth is distributed is highly unequal. And a new statewide study from the Boston Fed reveals just how staggering that wealth gap is. It found that Hispanic families have a median net wealth of just $1,200. Black families have only slightly more, at $7,800. White families, though, have roughly 70 times more, at $549,000. This data comes from a survey that examines the assets and debts, or net wealth, of more than 5,000 Massachusetts residents. I'm part of the Money, Power, Inequality team here at the Globe.
The team.
We examine the racial wealth gap and why it persists. Looking at wealth is crucial because it informs us how families deal with sudden expenses, as well as if they're able to invest in things like homes and college. These are things that help the economy.
One of the things they did was strip out Asian families in the discussion. Of course they did. It's like Harvard. Any lessons learned from the Supreme Court case? No. We exclude uncomfortable data. When you include Asians, the Asian families in Massachusetts, if you subscribe to the methodology of this survey, and we'll do so just for the purposes of discussion, dwarf the net worth of the white families. So it's a little bit more complicated than the implication of white supremacy, white patriarchal society, the vestiges of slavery, discrimination against new Americans, all the usual racial grievances that this is pointing to, and socialism is the answer. Take and redistribute. Thomas Sowell, the great Thomas Sowell, the indispensable Thomas Sowell, on the need for racial community leaders. This is an observation from decades ago on Firing Line. But most people don't even know who Thomas Sowell is, much less his scholarship. What we should do is, we should be raising money to buy every kid in K through 12 a copy of Thomas Sowell's Basic Economics. It's been translated into like 7 or 8 languages. It'd be a good start.
The writings of the overwhelming number of acknowledged black leaders, is there no more thoughtful is no thoughtful attention given to such analyses as your own? Is it because they are simply wedded to the notion that there is a political solution, or is it because victimization is the easiest way for them to account for their plight? What is the dominant reason?
Both of them. Because clearly if there is no political solution, then what use are political leaders? People often emphasize to me the enormous importance of leadership for any ethnic group to get ahead. And my response is often, name me 3 Japanese American leaders. And no one has yet been able to do it. But so leadership itself, if you have the vision that I have, then leadership itself becomes much less important. And for a leader to say that leadership isn't important is like, a Cadillac saying it doesn't matter what car you buy.
Yeah, where the Japanese Jesse Jackson, the Japanese Al Sharpton that explains their community success? Oh, right, they don't exist. They're too busy just creating their own success. Shelby Steele on the topic, too. I'm quoting Shelby Steele. If my benefits come to me primarily as a black and not as an American, then the effect over time is to undermine common society, the common culture, and democracy of America. I, as a black, don't identify with America. America is my enemy in this instance, in this dynamic. This kind of thinking causes me not to move into the American mainstream, which correspondingly causes me to fall farther and farther behind. This is the tragedy of that kind of power. That is the tragedy of victimization. And that's what the DSA race hustlers, and I repeat myself, that's the DSA identitarians, that's what they are. This is what they're pitching. And it's working, if you haven't noticed. 312-642-5600, alphawealthgroup.com, call and text line. Ron, Southside.
Hey, good morning, Dan. One of the things we know a way to gain some wealth is through home ownership. Some, as you pointed out, your equity is gone through these taxes. So I wish that person had been able to talk to those poor people on the west and south side who lost their home. And guess what? About to lose some more, okay, under this system. So what are they talking about? Secondly, a concept I've heard forever, school to prison pipeline. But who controls the schools where the people that are in prison came from? They came from the public schools. And these are the same people that are, just like this prison, will fight against any program that will help poor people of any race or background avoid it. These people are just, they're not even just, they're liars. There's something wrong. They just selling BS. Have a good day.
Thanks, Ron. Yeah. Well, it's what Sol said. If there's not a political solution, then what good are they? And how do they monetize their racket? So you have to sell a political solution. And what's the political solution? More of other people's money, always and forever. But part of the problem is, going back to that stat I opened with, a majority of self-identified conservatives under 40 support government-run grocery stores. In this MAGA era of populist politics, we have a lot of people who are not embracing sound economics, the very accessible instruction of people like Milton Friedman and Thomas Sowell and Walter Williams and all the great economists of the last 100 years, free market economists. Hayek, I mentioned. As I said, if you believe to be controlled in your economic pursuits is to be controlled in everything, to be controlled by the government in your economic pursuits, which is what they're pitching, is to be controlled in everything, you better tell somebody.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Each morning, the newsmakers and the newsbreakers shaping today's conversation are heard on the alphawealthgroup.com answer line on Chicago's Morning Answer. When you need answers about what's happening in your world, you turn to AM 560 The Answer. And when you need answers about how to prepare for and protect your retirement, you turn to the Alpha Wealth Group, now the proud sponsor of the AM 560 Answer Line, right here on Chicago's source for news, opinion, and insight. AM 560 The Answer.
Don't you love summer in Chicago? But I bet you hate painting year after year, so do what your neighbor Rich did. He called Rhino Shield.
Aluminum siding built in 1961. It also had a lot of stains, and it was white, and we wanted to change the color.
And Rhino Shield comes with a 25-year warranty and is formulated specifically for our unique climate here in Chicago.
We're told that it's hard to paint aluminum siding and get a good adhesion with regular paint, so Rhino Shield was great.
And just in time for summer Chicago, you can get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 10% off the regular price.
They came on a Saturday and power washed everything all around the house. And then they came back and did all the work on Monday and Tuesday. And in 2 full days, they worked on a Monday and were completely done by Tuesday.
This offer is for a limited time, so call now, 847-850-1132, 847-850-1132, or ChicagoRhinoShield.com.
No pain, go Rhino Shield.
Have you been watching gold and silver lately? Hard to ignore. Back in January of 2025, silver was under $30 an ounce, and now it's more than doubled. Again, not bad, right? Some experts say this bull market is just getting started. Others say it's a good time to take some money off the table. Either way, whether you're buying or selling, Fox Valley Coins in Naperville is the place to go. They stock large quantities of all the major bullion coins and bars. And here's what sets them apart. Unlike places that only pay melt value, Fox Valley Coins pays more for high-grade coins and scarcer dates. That's real money left in your pocket. They also buy scrap sterling flatware, jewelry, silver-plated items, and old proof sets. And they specialize in U.S. and foreign collector and investment coins and currency, both buying and selling. Fox Valley Coins, one light north of I-88 on Route 59 at Ferry Road in Naperville. Family-owned with integrity since 1981.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews and family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com, or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
Your kitchen's outdated. Your bathroom feels cramped. Every day you wait, prices go up. And you keep living in a space that doesn't work. At Forever Remodeling, one team handles everything. Design, planning, and installation, start to finish. We show you your new space in 3D before we ever break ground. No surprises. With flexible financing options, the home you want is closer than you think. Visit foreverremodeling.com. That's the number 4, everremodeling.com to schedule your personalized in-home design consultation.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, Cliff, you got 20 seconds. Go.
All right, so all we're looking for in terms of black people is looking for equality and fairness. So in America, we only have one black president, Obama. And then what makes things even worse, the Republican Party has never nominated a black person. Why, you guys can't find one qualified?
Okay, well, I'll have to try and address that to the extent it really requires addressing a little bit later in the show. It's now 7 o'clock on AM 560 WIND Chicago.
A rising death toll in the Himalayas and a scramble to find the missing. I'm Carmen Roberts, Fox News. Tsunami-like floods struck Nepal and Tibet, killing at least 353 people, with more than 1,300 missing, including at least 65 tourists from America. The floods have destroyed roads and bridges, making search and rescue extremely difficult.
We've been able to access some of the affected areas where there are many, many traumatized people, but unfortunately, some of the areas can only be reached by helicopter.
Red Cross Nepal Chief David Fisher on Fox News. Geologists say that a partial collapse of a Himalayan glacier probably sparked the massive and incredibly quick-moving wall of water that decimated communities.
Initially, the U.S. Geological Survey reported an earthquake in the area minutes before the flash flood, but the USGS now believes it was a powerful landslide that struck. One theory, part of a glacier broke off, triggering an avalanche of ice and rock, which in turn caused the flood. The Red Cross says at least 10,000 families have lost their homes.
Fox's Jeff Paul in London. And now officials in Nepal fear a rising lake could spill over and cause more devastating flooding. Closing arguments will begin this morning in the trial of Lindsay Clancy, a Massachusetts woman who claims that postpartum psychosis caused her to kill her children.
Lindsay Clancy's defense lawyer, Kevin Reddington, explained while walking out of court what he hopes to accomplish and communicate with the jury.
She's just such a marvelous, sweet, innocent person.
But the prosecution is expected to convey that Clancy knew what she was doing when she strangled and killed her 3 young children.
Fox's Nate Foy in Plymouth, Mass. The Coast Guard says it seized more than 7,000 pounds of cocaine from a suspected smuggling boat off of Puerto Rico. America's listening to Fox News.
66 degrees this morning in the QC Kinetics newsroom. And good morning. I'm Mike Scott. An American Airlines flight bound for Charlotte, North Carolina, delayed Wednesday after 2 tires blew out at O'Hare. American Airlines says that flight, 3280, had pushback from the gate when the problem was discovered. No reports of injuries.
It's rare, but what we're doing right now, we're working with the FAA and also our airline partners to really investigate why it's happening.
Chicago Aviation Commissioner Mike McMurray, the incident, the 5th, involving blown aircraft tires at Chicago airports. A man has been charged with groping a woman on the Illinois Prairie Path in Elmhurst earlier last week. The DuPage County Attorney's Office, State's Attorney's Office, announcing that Mario Ocampo of Villa Park made his first court appearance on Wednesday. He's now charged with a felony count of aggravated battery in a public place and 1 count of criminal sexual assault. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson has signed an executive order to establish new procurement standards for companies that may want to do business with the city.
We are using the enormous purchasing power of the city of Chicago to put our values into practice.
Johnson saying his administration cannot control decisions made in Washington, but it can control what it does with taxpayer money here in the city of Chicago. 8 people have gone to the hospital after a home was destroyed by an explosion in Bloomington yesterday. Several cars were destroyed as well. The house explosion occurred while in the afternoon, while 2 neighboring homes are still standing. They were badly damaged by fire. And again, that fire and explosion remains under investigation. Cubs blanked by the Diamondbacks 2-0. The Northsiders on a 2-game skid. They host Cincinnati tomorrow. White Sox crush the Rangers 10-4. Tristan Peters homered for the 5th straight game, tying the Major League Baseball rookie record set by his teammate Muney Murakami earlier this season. The NFL is eliminating the Pro Bowl. Week 3 of the NFL preseason is here. 4 games on the slate tonight. The Bears practice in Nashville today and take on the Titans Saturday. The news, a service of Woodland Windows and Doors. Welcome a Woodland sales expert into your home. You'll get a no-pressure sale, a product design expert, a design consultant, and someone who has your best interest in mind. Visit woodlandwindows.com to get started. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Scott Jennings isn't standing for it.
Listen to this garbage human, John Ossoff.
He wants to build his ballroom and travel with Natalie on their apparently defenseless flying palace gifted by the Emir of Qatar.
What we are learning from Democratic men right now is that if you're a conservative woman in politics, that you're nothing more than a concubine for some male politician.
The Scott Jennings Show, weekdays at noon, right before Hugh Hewitt at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Foundations of Freedom, a look at America's founding principles and the leaders who shaped our nation.
Near the end of the Revolutionary War, George Washington received a letter from one of his own officers. Colonel Louis Nicola suggested that America might be better served by a monarchy, with Washington himself as king. Washington firmly rejected the idea. He had spent years leading Americans in a fight for independence from a monarchy. He would not see that victory end with America creating a king of its own. He understood that the cause of the revolution was greater than any one man. His example reminds us that power can be offered, earned, or taken. But character determines whether we use it for ourselves or remain faithful to something greater.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-393-1881. That's 800-393-1881. 800-393-1881.
You've worked hard for everything you have. Your home, your investments, your real estate. When you're gone, someone has to manage it. Choosing the right trustee or executor is one of the most important decisions you'll make.
We kept putting it off. We figured our oldest would handle everything.
Then we thought, what if something happens to him?
Or what if the kids can't agree? We've seen money tear families apart.
We called Home State Bank, and I wish we'd done it sooner. Home State Bank serves as trustee or executor for families across Northern Illinois, stepping in as the professional, impartial manager of your estate so your family doesn't have to carry that burden. They don't take sides, and they'll carry out your wishes exactly as you intended. Take the first step today by calling 815-459-2000 to meet with a trust officer face-to-face. Again, that's 815-459-2000. Home State Bank. Hometown professionals working together to build a stronger community since 1915.
7:08, Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. Bishop Ford report of an accident. It's on the inbound side right at 103rd this morning. They've cleared an accident and a disabled vehicle southbound on the Tri-State 294 right at St. Charles Road. The Reagan I-88 on the brakes at Route 83. 8094 accident on the left-hand shoulder eastbound at Grant and in North Chicago. 41 between Amherst Parkway and Martin Luther King Jr. Drive remains entirely shut down. As you travel in that area, two semis tangled much earlier this morning, and that accident remains on site. Salem Surround, a local digital marketing agency, provides you with high-performing digital solutions. Go to surroundchicago.com today. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Now a check of your morning forecast in the Air Right Heating and Cooling Weather Center.
Today, expect a mix of sunshine and a few clouds with a chance of a sprinkle in the afternoon. The high will reach 81 degrees. Tonight will be mainly clear, providing excellent viewing conditions for the lunar eclipse. The low will be around 64 degrees. Tomorrow will bring partly sunny skies and pleasant weather with a high of 80 degrees. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
Now, from The Signature, a division of Esquire Bank Studios.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. Day after Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent rolled out Operation Economic Outcast, sending the message across the globe that anybody who does business with Iran will be repudiated by the United States, will face the prospect of being ejected from the dollar system, if you will. Day after that, he announced sanctions against a groups of Islamist and leftist terrorist groups. Palestine Action, which is a UK-based organization that is designated as a terrorist group by the British government. Mazar Badil operates as a front for the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, designated FTO, Foreign Terrorist Organization, as well as an Italy-based entity that supplies specialized digital architecture tools and services for Antifa cells and other violent leftist extremists, Islamist and secularized. But as it pertains to the leading state sponsor of terror in the world, the target of Operation Outcast, does America have, and the Trump administration, have a right and proper understanding of what motivates the regime such as it's constituted? And how should we interpret some of the public statements that we discussed a bit earlier this week from the Iranian president, Pezeshkian, from the leader of the parliament, Ghalibaf, suggesting that the lack of economic vitality is a problem, and it's a problem for regime survival. Take that at face value and continue to press down, or is that a misdirection play? For more on the topic, we're pleased to be joined by Matthew Gould, who is a former British ambassador to Israel and former deputy ambassador to Iran. Matthew Gould, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
No problem. Good morning.
Morning. So you wrote a piece for the Washington Post about this, sort of understanding the mentality of the regime in Tehran from your first-person experience there. So what is it, if anything, do you think the Trump administration is missing here?
Well, I'm not sure how much they're missing, but I think it's worth just explaining the framework that I use to try and make sense of what the regime's doing. And I after living there and doing my best to try and understand the regime, came up with two basic bits of insight. The first is the single most important thing to understand about this regime, much more than their ideology, much more than anything they say, is they are focused almost uniquely on staying in power. This is a regime with an incredibly strong survival instinct, and the people at the top of it know that there are a very large number of Iranians who would love to see them go. And if they were swept away by a popular uprising, then you wouldn't want to be providing their life assurance. So number one, this is a regime absolutely focused on its own survival. But number two, and this is also important, is it's an incredibly complex, fractured, messy, backstabby regime in which everyone in the regime is always looking over their shoulder, worrying about their status, worrying about whether they're going to be denounced as disloyal or whatever it is. That tendency to sort of insecurity has been massively heightened by the fact that so many of the top leaders were taken out at the start of this conflict. And so what you've got at the moment is a regime very sort of distributed and messy of people who are really nervous about their own position, who are therefore trying to entrench their position and make themselves secure by showing how hardline they are. And so there is an internal driver towards being more hardline than you'd think they ought to be, given their rational interests.
But, it's interesting you say that. If the regime is so unstable, which, I think is a fair characterization of something as fractured as you're describing it, it would seem to me that would provide opportunity for said popular uprising to take advantage of a divide and conquer strategy, since they're doing the divisions at the leadership level. So what's your insight into why, other than the regime's willingness to kill their way out of protests or grievances, why there's not a coalition that can rise up and take advantage of this instability?
Well, look, the thing you mentioned looms incredibly large. There were big popular uprisings at the start of the year, and the Iranian regime was beyond brutal in how it put them down. Killed, mowed down in cold blood, thousands upon thousands of its own citizens, going into hospitals to take out people who'd been helping lead the protests. So you have a Iranian people who are profoundly, I think, at odds with their own leadership, but who are traumatized by the bloodshed inflicted on them by the regime. And frankly, lots of the people who might have led up any sort of popular uprising were killed at the start of the year. Mm-hmm. So I think on the one hand, you've got a populace who really don't like their government. On the other hand, you've got a regime which is fractured, which is insecure. But unfortunately, that doesn't make it unstable, because the regime still has an absolute monopoly on force. There haven't been defections in any serious numbers or at any serious level of the armed forces or even the IRGC. And even if they're very nervous of each other, they also know collectively their best interests, in fact, their only interests as a regime, lie in making sure that one way or another the regime survive. So unfortunately, though it would be wonderful to think that something will happen and this lot will be toppled and there'll be a sort of new democratic Iran, it's just really hard to see that happening.
So at the outset, I mentioned some of the comments this week from part of that leadership group, and I know everything has to be viewed with a jaundiced eye coming from the Galibafs and the Pereshkians of the world, but how do you interpret the impact that the blockade and now Operation Outcast is having in terms of regime viability against reports of long lines for fuel and runs on stores to stock up because goods aren't coming in? What it is question I've been asking sort of all week from people that are experts in the area is patience the order of the day. Would that be the wise choice for the Trump administration to let this continue to play out with the ramping up of sanctions?
I think I would say it's three things. It's patience, because if what you're trying to do is exert pressure through economic means, that does take time. Secondly, it's consistency. So it's matching what you say with what you do, not making threats that you don't follow through on, because the Iranian regime is extremely good at sniffing out any gap in execution between saying and doing. And once you start to make threats that aren't followed through, then they tend to just discount everything else you then say. And then the third thing is a willingness to be as tough as you need to be. So the steps taken this week have been important, but the real test, and there is only one real test here, is the US administration prepared to take action against one of the big Chinese banks, which will have a meaningful impact on China's ability to trade with Iran? Because until you do that, for as long as you're only looking at small entities, small refining companies, individual tankers, it's helpful, but it's marginal. If you actually want to affect Iran's economy in a thoroughgoing way, then there's no alternative but to take steps to break the trading link with China.
Is this an opportunity for Western Europe to amplify what the Trump administration is saying and maybe put some of the hard feelings about the military piece of this campaign behind behind us erstwhile allies here?
Yeah, look, we all have an interest in a stable region, in an Iran that doesn't develop nuclear weapons, in the free flow of international trade, and in the Iranian people not being brutalized by their own regime. I think there is room for a lot of common activity. In particular, I think there's a lot we can do in terms of clamping down on the money laundering networks, some of the smuggling routes, Iran's disinformation campaigns. I think we can undoubtedly achieve more if we coordinate on all that stuff. But I think it's also worth saying one other thing, to go back to the question that you've been asking all week. I think it's important to say this, that the Iranian economy is seriously suffering. Inflation is incredibly high. Food inflation is even higher. Unemployment is going up. People are really suffering. And that will have an impact. But ultimately, this is not a regime that cares about the well-being of its people. It will only care when that pain gets to a level that its own survival is genuinely brought into question. The comments by Speaker Kalibaf or the president are important, but they're fairly marginal figures within the regime. They are at the much more moderate public-facing end of the regime. The center of gravity of the regime is with the Revolutionary Guards, who have a much harder line approach than they do.
Just on the, helping to interdict the money laundering per Operation Economic Outcast, is the newly minted Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, is he inclined to be more willing to engage in collaboration of that sort than Keir Starmer seemed to be?
So the honest truth is, I just don't know, because this is a guy who has spent most of the last few years as Mayor of Manchester. And though he may have done a really effective job at it, he didn't need to have a foreign policy. He hasn't said a lot about this issue, either in the run-up to him taking the job or since. So I think we'll have to say the jury's out, and we'll have to see.
Matthew Gould, former British ambassador to Israel and former deputy ambassador to Iran. Matthew Gould, thanks so much for your time. Appreciate it.
It's been a pleasure.
And he joined us on the AlphaWealthGroup.com answer line.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You love the summer in Chicago, but don't spend it painting. Do what Tom did. He called Rhino Shield.
So our house is a single-story brick built in 1986, and the paint was starting to look a little worn. I decided I needed to give Rhino Shield a call.
Rhino Shield's a ceramic coating. It's better than paint.
The Rhino Shield crew was quite good. The people that I worked with were top-notch. I basically came home 2 days after they started it, and it was done.
And Rhino Shield comes with a 25-year warranty and is formulated specifically for our unique climate here in Chicago. And right now, you can get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 10% off the regular price.
Even now, when we're riding together, we come home, we're like, man, that looks great. And we've had compliments from friends that have been over and looking at it, and it just really looks awesome.
This is a limited time offer, Chicago, so call now, 847-850-1132 or ChicagoRhinoShield.com.
No pain, go Rhino Shield.
The following contains a celebrity impersonation.
Mr. President, we're seeing reporting that air conditioning systems are failing as temperatures rise. What is your response?
I said, don't wait. People wait until the last second, then suddenly it's hot and nothing works. I understand this stuff, probably better than anybody.
Mr. President, why hasn't the White House issued any guidance?
I gave perfect guidance. Call Air Right Heating and Cooling. That's the guidance. If people followed it, we wouldn't even be talking about this.
Sir, but homeowners have so many HVAC options.
They're not like Air Right. You got some bad installers out there, some real bad hombres. I wouldn't let them near the White House. It would be a complete disaster.
Mr. President, there are reports of significant rebates on new systems. Can you confirm?
I've heard about them. A lot of people talking about them. If you miss out, you'd have to be really not so smart. Tremendous savings, let me tell you.
Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling at AIR-RITE.com. Air Right, doing it right since 1959.
The law group you know and trust, Nauman & Associates, is expanding into commercial litigation. When disputes can't be resolved, get the strategic guidance from a litigation lawyer who will fight for your rights. Attorney Richard Cannon brings both strong courtroom and dispute settlement skills. We believe most cases can be resolved without costly courtroom battles, but we prepare as if a trial is possible. When your company needs to stand its ground, contact Nauman & Associates in Elk Grove Village. For a consultation, visit nalawgroup.com.
Hi, I'm Dr. Huber with Virago, the immune enhancement cocktail. Back when the government was suppressing other forms of therapy for COVID and many doctors were being persecuted for stepping up, we felt the absolute necessity to act. That's why I developed Virago during the pandemic, to give people a powerful way to strengthen their immune system and fight back. Since then, feedback from users has shown us that Virago helps with so much more than what we originally anticipated, bringing relief and improvement to people dealing with allergies, asthma, autoimmune diseases by supporting a healthy immune function. Join me Friday, August 28th at Seanfest. Tune in or come by and hear me interviewed by the great Sean Thompson, a true patriot, for a conversation you won't want to miss.
Order your bottle of Virago today. Visit myvirago.com. Use the coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. Maha and Virago, making America healthy again.
AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. So, closing arguments in the Lindsay Clancy murder trial happening. And some of the testimony from experts, not particularly helpful, it seems to me, for Lindsay's temporary insanity defense, diminished capacity defense. One forensic psychologist on her hallucination story.
That I found the account of hallucinations to be, as she described it, it would be very, very unusual to experience it that way. Never having, not before, not since, constantly for 18 minutes. However, if this was a thought, an unwelcome, intrusive thought, but still a thought, that's basically, this is your last chance, you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself, then that would be consistent with thoughts that she'd been experiencing for some time. She'd been having thoughts about harming herself, that she was, it was going to be very difficult for her to to do this in a way that made sense.
Right, but I'm not hearing she didn't know right from wrong, which is the crux of the matter. Another forensic psychiatrist who testified, Dr. Gregory Sathoff, on the hallucinations that so many women marginally connected to reality are banking on.
When I asked her about the voice that she heard, again, she said that it started really right after the telephone call at 5:34 with her husband, Patrick. And she said it was a man's voice. It was very clear. It was external. In other words, it came from outside of her head. That it was constant. So this phrase, "This is your last chance. You have to kill your kids and then kill yourself," was something that was repeated over and over and over and over again during that period that she strangled her children. And then just as soon as it started, it stopped at when she had finished killing the children, strangling the children. Well, what was significant to me is that she had not spoken about hearing voices before that in any of the mental health professionals, the psychiatrists, the nurse practitioners, the physicians and staff in the emergency departments or at McLean. And so this was the first time that she reported that was documented, but also that she experienced an auditory hallucination, according to what she told me. So that was
highly unusual. Allie Beth Stuckey, who is a podcaster, conservative podcaster, posting, I was wrong about Lindsay Clancy. Here's why I changed my mind. She's following this a lot more closely than I am, and she's a pretty solid voice on topics like this. Balanced, thoughtful, evidence-based. Here's why I changed my mind, says Allie Beth Stuckey. She was never diagnosed with postpartum depression or psychosis. She was not on 13 medications at once. She was not hearing voices. She was not abandoned by her family. She was diagnosed with a mood disorder, never psychosis, and went to a variety of doctors who all prescribed different medications, which she took unreliably and not simultaneously. She only heard a voice one time, as you just heard from that psychiatrist. And that was right before she killed her kids, extremely atypical for psychosis. She carefully planned her children's murders down to the minute. She researched the distance of a restaurant she'd asked Patrick to go to, her husband. Added on a last-minute errand before he left. Calmly answered his phone call in the middle of her crime. Brought her children down to the basement one by one, overpowering their resistance and killing them slowly. It does seem like she had support from her family. She may still have been overwhelmed, but it's not true that all of her cries for help went unanswered. I originally placed too much blame on the many SSRIs she was prescribed. For years on my show, I've talked to health professionals who've been warning about the violence-inducing effects of these drugs, and I thought Lindsay's case may have been an example of that reality. Is it still possible that the SSRIs had a negative effect? Absolutely. But the case that these drove her into a psychotic episode is weak. The evidence continues to reveal, in my opinion, that Lindsay Clancy methodically murdered her children, and she was fully aware of what she was doing. Guilty. Let's check the headlines with Mike Scott.
7:33 in Chicago. We have sunshine and 66 degrees in the QC Kinetics newsroom, and a deadly and catastrophic flood took place in Nepal yesterday. Fox's Jeff Pohl has the very latest details.
Rescue teams right now in Nepal are in a race against the clock as they search for any sort of survivors, with so many still missing, including at least 65 Americans, according to officials in Nepal. There are real fears the death toll will only increase. Now, initially, the U.S. Geological Survey reported an earthquake in the area minutes before the flash flood. But the USGS now believes it was a powerful landslide that struck. One theory, part of a glacier broke off, triggering an avalanche of ice and rock, which in turn caused the flood. The Red Cross says at least 10,000 families have lost their homes, and rescue efforts could not be more difficult.
The man allegedly behind the 9/11 attacks will stand trial in June of 2028. A military judge made the ruling on Wednesday, 25 years after the attacks and 2 weeks before the 9/11 anniversary. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed was captured in 2003 and has been held at Guantanamo since 2006. An American Airlines flight bound for Charlotte delayed Wednesday after the aircraft experienced a tire issue while taxiing for departure at O'Hare, according to the airline and the FAA.
I mean, I think there should be an urgency to get some more people on the ground figuring out what's going on. It's just an unsettling feeling.
The incident was the fifth involving blown aircraft tires in Chicago this month, the fourth at O'Hare. Following a U.S. Supreme Court decision this week, Illinois politicians Wednesday gathered to try and urge residents to send any mail-in ballots this fall to be cast in the midterms ahead of Election Day.
We want to remove that uncertainty altogether. Use one of our secure ballot drop boxes.
Cook County Clerk Monica Gordon says further rulings and decisions on federal involvement may be expected before Election Day on November the 3rd. And a 23-year-old beluga whale that arrived at Shedd Aquarium 2 weeks ago as part of an international rescue effort has died. The whale arrived at Shedd as part of a group of 8 female whales rescued from a marine park in Canada that had been closed and non-operational for nearly 2 years. Cubs got blanked by the Diamondbacks 2-0. White Sox beat the Rangers 10-4. Week 3 of the NFL preseason is here. The Bears practice in Nashville today and visit the Titans for a contest on Saturday. The news, a service of the AM 560 Advantage, where membership has its privileges. Join today, 560theanswer.com/join. A check of traffic and weather comes up next on AM 560.
Freedom Summit Chicago returns to the Westin Chicago Northwest in Itasca on Saturday, October 10th. Headlined by investigative journalist James O'Keefe and former Wisconsin Governor Scott Walker. They'll be joined by Dan Proft, Sean Thompson, Jeannie Ives, Amy Jacobson, John Anthony, and many more. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Edward Jones financial advisor Nolan Webster.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6745. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6745. That's 800-575-6745.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At Signature, a division of Esquire Bank, going the distance for business banking clients is what we do every day. We understand that business owners have a strategic mission, a drive to succeed, and a plan for growth. They do not have time to wait for answers. With Signature, you have a trusted banking partner focused on understanding your business and helping you move forward. When you have a question or need support, you want someone who will pick up the phone, respond to your text, and be there when it matters. That's Signature. We are a team that takes the time to understand you, your business, and your goals. Ready to become Signature's next success story? Call 773-467-5600 or visit signature.esquirebank.com. Signature. a division of Esquire Bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
The new All-Pro battery by STIHL. Tackle any task with 60% more peak power. Exclusively available only at your local STIHL dealer. 60% peak power comparison between AP300PC and AP300S.
Edens Expressway. Right now it's inbound at Toohey Avenue. Kennedy inbound. 53 minutes as you travel from O'Hare into the Circle, especially on the brakes inbound between the Edens Junction and Ohio. The Kennedy has an accident on the outbound side as well this morning, just reported outbound at Nagel. I-55 Will County. Northbound, you have an accident being shoved onto the right shoulder at US 6. And delays this morning on DuSable Lakeshore Drive northbound Stevenson into Monroe. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. And up next, check of your morning forecast in the Air Right Heating and Cooling Weather Center. Sunny to partly cloudy with a couple of afternoon sprinkles and a high near 81.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Goldilocks, offering smart security systems to homes and businesses. Call Goldilocks at 708-889-5600.
Now, from the Signature, a division of Esquire Bank Studios. Sean Fest returns on August 28th at the Westin Chicago Northwest in Itasca. Registration is free. Go to 560theanswer.com/SHAUN Fest.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. So, Frederick Douglass Academy, we've talked about it before. In the Austin neighborhood on the west side of the city, the folks there say they've got a target on their back. They're being unfairly maligned, I guess. Certainly, there's not a target to close the school, despite the fact there's only 50 students in a school that was built for 1,000. Despite the fact they spent $93,000 per pupil. And 0% of the students can read proficiently. Not one read a grade level. And a majority of the kids and teachers are chronically absent, meaning at least 10% of the time. 60% of the 50 students are not there, and 80% of the teachers are not there. 28 staff members for 50 students who are chronically absent, and so are they. They're in it together. And they've got a target on their back, so the CTU, the teachers' union's designated choice for CPS school board president, Hilario Rodriguez, went out to visit.
We're in the heart of Austin at Frederick Douglass. Used to be a middle school, then they turned into a high school. Now they're just trying to figure out what they're going to do because this school has a target on its back.
This is why we came to Douglass, to the school community that everyone loves to talk about, but no one talks to. On the first day, everyone wants to go to the busting, flourishing schools. Amen.
Austin still has a really rich, vibrant community that could definitely benefit from some investment, right, in a neighborhood school. They need music, art, gym, library. You know, one of the things that I tell people, it's not about finding out if a child is smart, it's how they're smart.
I'm just excited because I know the work ahead of us is the work we are prepared to do. We're going to stand strong with our district representative in 5A, and we are going to make this school happen.
I was talking to the students, and they love it here. I want people to know
they don't go.
It's wonderful. I mean, they get an individualized program that students do.
And nobody can read a grade level.
I'm running for school board president, been endorsed by the teachers, and I'm the only candidate saying we're not closing schools.
This school is still beautiful inside. This school was full of vibrancy, 600 plus students here. And we're excited. We still love this school and this community. And we're gonna fight for, number one, that Douglass remains Douglass, open, proud, and loud. And we're going to fight for the proper funding that Douglass is due. Welcome to the first day of school, and let's get this thing on. Thank you.
No, thank you. So $93,000 per kid isn't enough for music and art? Proper funding? Anybody want to hazard an explanation as to why a school that had 600, that was built for 1,000, has only 50 students now? No? Yeah, I didn't think so. By the way, it's just system-wide. We've talked about this before, but I guess we'll mention it again in advance of our next guest. So in the last decade, Chicago has added 4,500, CPS has added 4,500 teachers while losing 54,000 students. Well, that'll improve the teacher-to-student ratio. That's the good news. The bad news, it didn't improve reading proficiency, and math proficiency actually declined. More staff, spending more per pupil, results declining. Don't change a thing. For more on this, pleased to be joined by Gino Young, Chicago area musician, educator, author, and social commentator. His new book, which I mentioned the other day, Sex, Drugs, and Illiteracy. Gino Young, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure.
Well, you caught my attention with comments you made about your experience at Hillcrest High School and Country Club Hills, and the anecdote of Frederick Douglass Academy and the stats on CPS certainly come as no surprise to you, do they?
No, unfortunately, it's par for the course. When I worked at Hillcrest High School, I saw, just when I entered the door, one of the first things that I noticed immediately was just a breakdown of all standards across the board. And I noticed that there were children in there that literally could not write their name, and some of their handwriting looked like something that a second grader would have written. And if there was a sentence, I always use the analogy because this was actually one of the sentences. The cat walked across the street. There was a boy who would ask, where does the letter C or A go in the word cat? Where does E go in the word the? It's like he had no perception of any type of phonics or anything of that nature at all. And he also had several different ways of spelling words. He spelled airplane. He must have spelled airplane 2 or 3 different ways, but the right way. So this was par for the course, and it's unfortunate. And then on top of that, you do have children in these schools that are good and that can function at grade level, but unfortunately they're stuck because school choice is not an option. They tried out school choice, and a friend of mine did a study on this. They tried out school choice for around about 9,600 students citywide in Chicago, and they only did it for 1 year, and they only spent $75 million. Then they killed that bill. The Illinois legislature killed the school choice bill and took away that funding. It was only $75 million. But at the same time, with the stroke of the same pen, they increased the CTU contracts, the Chicago Teachers Union contracts, by $1.5 billion. So the priorities are completely messed up and misconstrued. And that's what I always tell the parents. Don't view school as it was when we were in school. School is not the same. It is no longer about education. It's now more so about business. All they care about is making money. It's no longer, the priority is no longer to teach your child or to make sure that your child knows what they need to know before they go out into the real world. That's past that. No one cares about that anymore in education. All they care about is money, their pensions, and their bottom line, and making sure they get what they want. And, it's just to heck with everybody else, namely these kids. They don't care.
I mean, what are the conversations like in the teacher's lounge at Hillcrest when there are anecdotes like the ones you just shared about high school students that can't spell the letter cat, that can't write their own name? I mean, everybody just chalks it up to what? We're not spending enough per pupil on Hillcrest? That's why kids can't read?
It's honestly, no, it's really not even, that's not really the conversation that they have. A lot of the teachers are either apathetic, they don't say really anything at all, and they're sort of like, just go along to get along. Mm-hmm. But then you have teachers that will come into the room and they're very upset and they're just venting because we were always just like a pair of ears just to lean on, and they were venting, and they would come in the room and they would tell us, I'm being pressured by administration to change grades, or their parents that are upset and want the grades changed. So they feel like like it's a losing battle, because even if they refuse to capitulate, the administration will go above their head and change the grades. And I tell parents that you have to be vigilant, because, there's a narrative out there, this is an urban issue, or this is a Chicago issue, or this is a black issue or black culture issue. This goes on in broken schools and black communities. But I challenge that, because when I left Hillcrest, I went 6 minutes down the road to a school that has a predominantly white population, and I encountered the exact same things there, and they were only at about less than 20%, about 19% literacy rate. This was Tinley Park High School. So I challenge people, this defies race, it defies geography. I've heard since I've been doing this work, when I wrote my book, I've been doing this about almost 9 months now. I've heard from New York, I've heard from California, I've heard from Texas, I've even heard from Florida, I've heard from different parts of New England. So this is going on nationally. I've heard from the South. This is going on nationally. It's not just, unfortunately, it's spread. It's not just a blue state issue anymore. It's in red states and even conservative havens where people think they can, flock and say, oh, well, everything's going to be so great here. I've moved to Florida. I don't have to worry about anything. No. If you're a parent in Florida, you better be vigilant, because it's coming to your school, and it might already be there.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, and we've talked a lot about it on this show too. I mean, you just look at the ISBE, the Illinois State Board of Education scorecards that you can get at wirepoints.org of reading and math proficiencies at the suburban high schools, and in places like your Chicago area, so you know this, in places like Naperville and Barrington and the North Shore. What you think those schools are today, because they were a certain way 20 or 30 years ago when you went, they're not the same. They're not producing the same results. They're not producing the same quality of students coming out. It's not because students aren't smart or whatever. It's in part because of the orientation of the adults in the system to exactly what you just said. It basically, school systems, to my way of rationalizing, are third-party administrators to confer salaries and benefits to the adults. That's the primary purpose. And to the extent people get educated, it's a function of their parents at home and maybe a few teachers that care and their own sort of initiative. But it's not. It's actually not the raison d'etre of the adults in the system.
Exactly, and that's the scary part, because they are turning out so many different children into colleges now, and they can't perform. I had a former college professor from Texas that contacted me a couple of weeks ago, and he told me, horror stories that he's had about the children that stumbled through his door that were completely unprepared. And it's scary, because so many different schools are now having to dumb down their curriculum, whether it's Berkeley or even, the formerly esteemed Harvard. They had such an issue at Harvard where their medical students could not pass the exams that they had to take at the end of the year. They could not pass some of the nursing exams or some of the pre-med exams. They were failing at such a high rate that they had to offer not only a remedial course, but it was like a rebound course, because they could not pass. So that's why I tell people, and not to scare anybody, but I'm taking the best care of my body that I possibly can, because we have no clue. 10 years down the pipe, 15 years down the pipe, we don't know what we're going to be staring down, as far as our medical system, because not that we don't have enough quack doctors already. We've seen that in the last couple of years since COVID. But if you think what we have now is bad, my God, can you imagine if we have doctors that can barely even write or fill out a sheet, or are being passed on through because they have to fill a quota? It's very scary, and I don't know where this country is going to be, because so many people are either whistling past the graveyard, not saying anything, or, people like me who are raising our voices, we don't get enough credit, we don't get enough exposure, and people just say, oh, well, they just don't care. So there's an apathy, and there's an apathy among parents and among really everybody, but I'm just doing what I can.
What would parents be surprised to learn about what happens inside the walls at a place like Tinley Park High School? In addition to what you said in terms of the reading proficiency, for example.
Well, they would be surprised to learn, this is at Tinley Park specifically, that the administrators and the deans particularly, they allow a myriad of foolishness to go on, and they're more upset and more concerned with the way we as teachers, or I worked as a substitute teacher, they're more concerned with how we react to the foolishness than actually addressing the foolishness and the misbehavior of the students. In particular, there was this boy that came into the classroom one time, and he didn't want to sit into a desk like all the rest of the children. He didn't want to sit in the desk. He wanted to sit in a chair and just, clown around for the entire period. I was not having that. So the next time I had him, it was a couple of days later in the same room. I learned from my mistake. I pulled all those chairs up, stacked them up behind the desk, and I was like, no one is sitting in a chair. You're going to sit in the desk and you're going to do some work today. You're not going to come in here acting a fool like you did the other day. He got so upset, he flew out of the room, swearing and whatnot. And I said, fine, you don't want to be here? I don't want you here. He walked out of the room, stormed out. I marked him absent. A couple of minutes later, something, just something in the back of my head said, Gino, go look at that roster again. So I pulled it up, and sure enough, I marked him absent. Someone went above my head in administration, one of the deans, and marked him as present. I went back and I marked him absent again. The next thing I know, I get a knock on my door, and one of the deans come in and say, oh, well, if the children are feeling uncomfortable with the substitute or whoever's in the classroom, we just allowed them to move to the pride room or wherever, and not be bothered. And he was using like all these amorphous leftist terms. And I was like, you know what, fine, whatever. But if he's not in my room, I'm responsible for him until he goes home. If he's on my roster and he's not in my room, he's absent. So I changed it back. So we did like a back and forth type of thing. And then there was this dean that attacked me, and she was very upset. There was a dean at Tinley Park with a very nasty disposition. She attacked me and was very upset because I marked a student absent who got up and walked out of my room, and she said, well, the girl had a 5-minute pass, and the girl had anxiety in the hallway and was afraid, to be in the hallway with a bunch of people. And I said, are you crazy? So they go out their way to satiate these kids, all their maladies and made-up isms they come up with. The girl was afraid to be in the hallway. So I marked her absent, and the dean, I walk in the door, she cuts my hair off and said, please do not mark the students absent. I said, just get out of my face. Just leave. So I get sent to HR at Tinley Park. They tell me I'm rubbing people the wrong way in the dean's office because I'm being too tough on the kids. Mm-hmm. And I said, have you lost your mind? And they said, well, the kids, it isn't like it was when we were in school, 10, 15 years ago. You have to be softer with this new generation, and you have to, mold them and all this. And she was using all these leftist terms. And I said, you know what? I just got up and walked out. So that was my situation at Tinley Park High School. I thought that it was going to be better than Hillcrest because when I was at Hillcrest, and I won't get into it because it's very graphic, you can read it in my book, but I witnessed not only violence, but actual sex acts that were occurring in the classroom, being live streamed from the classroom at Hillcrest, and no one did anything about it. So, I wanted to get out of that situation. I received a death threat at Hillcrest. I took it seriously, reported it to the police. The school didn't like that I did that, and I ended up getting removed from Hillcrest because of that incident, and I received a death threat, and I took it seriously because 2 people have been murdered at Hillcrest in the last 3 years, and I took it seriously. I said, you know what, if a student is going to tell me they're going to have someone come up to the school and do X, Y, Z to me, I'm taking it seriously. They didn't like that very much, and the next thing I know, I'm told I can't return because of a verbal altercation I had with a student. So yeah, it was just craziness. It was lunacy, and it's just not an environment I would encourage anyone to be bothered with at any of those schools.
Well, I hope that jars some people that are listening and people who pick up your book and read it into being less apathetic at minimum. Gino Young, Chicago area musician, educator, author, and social commentator. His book, Sex, Drugs, and Illiteracy. Gino, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yep. And Gino joined us on the alphawealthgroup.com answer line.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer.
Your show keeps me alive during the week. There's nobody I'd rather listen to between 5 and 9 in the morning than you guys.
On AM 560, The Answer.
Hey, y'all, I'm Willie Robertson.
And I'm Corey Robertson.
We partnered with Echo. It's a new platform, not just streaming.
Movies and series that are safe for your family.
Echo.
I love a podcast.
Plus, Echo Daily Devotionals.
Echo. Hey, Willie, what is Echo?
Echo is my pet squirrel. Okay, yeah. Echo is not just faith-friendly, it is faith-driven.
Be a part of something better.
Echo.
Echo.
That's where I want to be.
That's EKKL.com.
Subscribe now.
Welcome back to Ask Hassler.
Are your employee-free Hassler showroom some kind of big viral prank?
We simply let you try our selection of Beautyrest, Sealy Posturepedic, and more without commission-crazy salespeople breathing down your neck.
Sure you do.
And through Monday, get a free adjustable base with the purchase of a select Sealy Posturepedic or Beautyrest mattress, plus free next-day delivery.
So shopping at Haslett won't make me TikTok famous?
Absolutely not.
Darn.
Find an employee-free showroom near you at Hassler.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up at 8:08, we'll talk to Michael Baharine, editor-in-chief of The Long View, formerly a Liberal Patriot, sort of a centrist Democrat, on what he thinks about the DSA's electoral prospects come November. That is at 8:08, and Theodore Dalrymple at 8:38. It's now 8 o'clock on AM 560, WIND, Chicago.
Catastrophic Himalayan floods leave hundreds dead and well over 1,300 missing. I'm Carmen Roberts, Fox News. Search and rescue teams in Nepal and Tibet are racing to find survivors after massive flooding hit, decimating entire communities.
Security camera footage from Nepal shows people on the ground had only seconds to find safety. A wall of water, mud, and debris swept away people, cars, and buses, as well as many buildings that stood in the way.
Fox's Jeff Paul. More than 750 foreigners among the missing, including at least 65 Americans in the region that's popular with truckers and religious pilgrims. The USGS believes a powerful landslide triggered the floods.
One theory, part of a glacier broke off, triggering an avalanche of ice and rock, which in turn caused those floods. And rescue efforts could not be more difficult. Roads have been buried in mud, and several of those critical bridges were ripped away during those floods.
An ICE officer charged with shooting a man and lying about it during the immigration crackdown in Minneapolis is freed. The sheriff of Cameron County, Texas, said in an email that deputies released Christian Castro from a detention center in Brownsville today after a judge refused to order his return to Minnesota. In Massachusetts, closing arguments are expected to get underway shortly in the murder trial of Lindsay Clancy, who strangled her 3 young children. Clancy claims that she was in the midst of a postpartum psychosis.
The key question facing the jury is, should Clancy be criminally responsible? Did prosecutors prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she could appreciate her actions were wrong?
Fox's Nate Foy from the courthouse in Plymouth. And jobless claims came in slightly below expectations last week, falling by 4,000 to 203,000, remaining at historic lows as layoffs stay rare. America's listening to Fox News.
66 degrees and sunshine in Chicago in the QC Kinetics newsroom. Our top story is in North Chicago, where US 41 southbound and Martin Luther King Drive Jr. westbound remain entirely shut down, with an ongoing cleanup of an accident where 2 semis smashed together this morning. Those roadways remain blocked and have remained blocked for several hours this morning in North Chicago. An American Airlines flight bound for Charlotte delayed after the aircraft Wednesday experienced tire issues while taxiing for departure at O'Hare.
It's rare, but what we're doing right now, we're working with the FAA and also our airline partners to really investigate why it's happening.
Chicago Aviation Commissioner Mike McMurray on the blown tires. The incident, the 5th involving aircraft tires that ruptured in Chicago this month, 4 of them at O'Hare. A man charged with groping a woman on the Illinois Prairie Path in Elmhurst earlier last week. Yesterday, the DuPage County State's Attorney's Office announcing that Mario Ocampo of Villa Park made his first court appearance. He now stands charged of 1 felony count of aggravated battery in a public place and 1 count of criminal sexual assault. A 3rd person is in custody for the 2024 murder of a mail carrier on Chicago's far south side. Lindell DeYoung has been charged in the shooting death of Octavia Redmond. DeYoung is accused of planning Redmond's murder and is expected in a Cook County courtroom today. Cubs blank by the Diamondbacks 2-0. White Sox beat the Rangers 10-4. The news service of Goldilocks, offering Chicagoland state-of-the-art security systems to protect your home or business. AM 560 listeners get 3 months of monitoring free with new installs. Peace of mind? Goldilocks, 708-889-5600. Time now for the AM 560 Business Beat, a service of Signature, a division of Esquire Bank.
I'm Charles Payne, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Best Buy is more optimistic about this year, and it's raising its forecast. It's seeing more demand for computers and home theaters. And Best Buy is selling AI glasses and trading cards. Shoppers are still looking to save at dollar stores. Dollar Tree reported a higher profit helped by tariff refunds, though the stock's losing ground this morning. Dollar General's earnings are upbeat. Sales were up more than 5% in the period. Dollar General shares up 8%. Hormel Foods is lowering expectations for the year, partly because shoppers are pulling back. Investors are looking at dramatically better than expected tech earnings, driven by demand for artificial intelligence. NVIDIA's earnings not only topped expectations, it predicts 70% growth in coming years. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jenny Coselda. Invested in you.
Alex Marlow sees a positive on the jobs front.
Government jobs fell as usual. They fell 53,000. 53,000 public sector jobs are gone. That's a positive. Private sector payrolls rose 30,000, which is kind of low, but a lot of those jobs were added in construction and manufacturing. We're seeing a manufacturing renaissance in this country.
The Alex Marlow Show, afternoons at 3, right before Sean Thompson at 4 on AM 560. The Answer. Don't miss In Grace with Pastor Jim Scudder Jr., now heard on Sunday mornings at 7:30. Tune in and find hope as Jim Scudder explores God's Word and His world each Sunday morning right here on AM 560. The Answer.
Each morning, the newsmakers and the newsbreakers shaping today's conversation are heard on the AlphaWealthGroup.com answer line on Chicago's Morning Answer. When you need answers about what's happening in your world, you turn to AM 560 The Answer. And when you need answers about how to prepare for and protect your retirement, you turn to the Alpha Wealth Group, now the proud sponsor of the AM 560 Answer line, right here on Chicago's source for news, opinion, and insight. AM 560 The Answer.
Have you ever wondered, with all the different religions and interpretations of the Bible, how you can be sure that you're on the right path in your spiritual journey? The powerful new book, You and God by Peter Philippi, helps you answer this question and discover how to establish a truly personal relationship with God through biblical understanding and faith. Get your copy of You and God by Peter Philippi today by visiting pbmusa.org. That's pbmusa.org.
Hey Chicagoland, Jeff from Jeff Buys Your House. The military taught me that every mission is different. You assess the situation, listen to your team, then execute a plan built around what's needed. Same with helping families sell their homes. Whether it's an inherited house, a parent needing senior living, or life's just taking you in a new direction, we don't show up with a one-size-fits-all answer. We start by listening. What's your timeline? What are you worried about? What would make this easier? Then we build a solution around your needs. No repairs or cleanout are necessary. You pick the timeline that works for you, keep your memories, and we handle everything else. Since 2007, our veteran-led team has earned hundreds of 5-star reviews by doing exactly that, listening first, and treating every family with respect. If you're ready for a no-obligation conversation, call us at 630-895-9530. That's 630-895-9530 or jeffbuysyourhouse.com. That's jeffbuysyourhouse.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-393-1881. That's 800-393-1881. 800-393-1881.
Take the journey of living a happy, successful, and meaningful life through God. Listen to It's Time with Dan Lights, Sunday mornings at 9 on our sister station, AM 1160. Hope for your life.
8:09, Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. Lombard report of an accident, North Avenue in Swift. Also an accident in Lombard at Finley and Maple, Bartlett, Naperville Road, and Lake. An accident on 8094 gumming up the works eastbound at Grant. Jane Addams, I-90 eastbound between Toohey and the Tri-State. Tough going there. An accident on the Tri-State southbound just after Route 120, that's Belvedere Road. And an accident on northbound 55 in Will County, right at US 6. You're backed up to Bluff Road. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. And up next, a check of your morning forecast in the Air Right Heating and Cooling Weather Center.
Today, expect a mix of sunshine and a few clouds with a chance of a sprinkle in the afternoon. The high will reach 81 degrees. Tonight will be mainly clear, providing excellent viewing conditions for the lunar eclipse. The low will be around 64 degrees. Tomorrow will bring partly sunny skies and pleasant weather with a high of 80 degrees. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Goldilocks, offering 24/7 security solutions for homes and businesses. Call them today at 708-889-5600.
Now, from The Signature, a division of Esquire Bank Studios.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. Happy to report that AOC is again a member in good standing of the DSA. AOC and DSA, synonymous. Apparently she had let her membership lapse, and she corrected that. DSA, happy to report, that AOC is a member in good standing, having recently rejoined in August 2026. She was always there in spirit, but she hadn't paid dues to her comrades. And, you're AOC and you're eyeing perhaps a presidential run to consummate the idiocracy that we're trending towards. You want to make sure you have your base in tow, the base of the party, which is seems to me what the DSA has become, notwithstanding some non-DSA candidates running in key statewide elections. Speaking of the DSA, it's I think not just the fact that the DSA is Islamist adjacent, that members of the DSA are openly promoting violent overthrow of the government, that it is the DSA Zoom calls and its most popular streamer, Hassan Piker, are virulently anti-Semitic and profane. They're also quite limited intellectually. And I'm talking about Hassan Piker. Maybe this is why Michigan Representative Debbie Dingell says, I'm tired of talking about him.
I'm done. So don't any reporter ask me again about Hassan Piker. It's not what November is about.
Yeah, no. Yeah. El Sayed's lifting partner there, Hassan Piker. She doesn't want to talk about Hassan Piker. All right, well, let me ask you about Hassan Piker, Representative Dingell, and other Democrats. This isn't about the topics that we're usually addressing, his mocking of Charlie Kirk's assassination, as I mentioned, the anti-Semitism, the general profanities, America deserved 9/11. When he tries to articulate an economic theory, an economic philosophy, for example, it goes a little something like this.
Wait, can we just play a thought experiment? Okay. Let's say that you make 15 loaves of bread, okay? You're making 15 loaves of bread. Then you hire someone, and that person also has the capacity to make bread, and together you guys start making 20 loaves of bread, and you're like, well, okay, I'm going to take 15 loaves of bread for myself and give this person 5 loaves of bread as a payment, okay? So now your output is 20 loaves of bread, and the other person is getting 5 loaves of bread while you're getting 15 still. Then another undocumented person comes in.
Illegal alien?
Yeah, illegal alien, sure. And all of a sudden, that person is working as well with your company. So let's say now, because of that, there's an additional person, now you can pay the other, the original employee 3 loaves of bread, because you can pay the undocumented person 2 loaves of bread, because the undocumented person doesn't have all of the rights that a legal citizen would have. Yeah. So you can justify paying them less. And then you can justify paying less to your original employee because there are plenty of people who could take their job, right? You're like, well, you know what? If you want to keep at least any loaves of bread and feed your family, you're going to have to take less money now, okay? Now, you look at that and you say, hold on, why don't we just eliminate the undocumented person and get 5 while the boss still gets 15 loaves of bread? Because I was getting 5 last year, and that was better than 3. And you're right, that is better. 5 loaves of bread is better than 3. However, what I advocate for is taking away from the boss 15 loaves of bread, helping him have 10 loaves of bread, and then taking the rest of the 10 loaves of bread and distributing it evenly amongst the other employees. So all of a sudden you have 7 or you have 8, and your new friend, who is the undocumented citizen who came in, has 7.
You follow that? I will give you all my loaves of bread if you stop talking about metaphorical loaves of bread. How's that sound? Can you just say from each according to his means, to each according to his needs, regardless of legal status? I mean, just one sentence. Wow. What a deep thinking, deep economic thought from Hasan Piker. And this is a guy who gets 1 million people to listen to him offer metaphors like that? Oh, frightening. Michael Baharine is editor-in-chief of The Long View. He's formerly at the Liberal Patriot. The Long View is a new outlet that includes his colleague, Rui Teixeira. Michael, thanks for joining us and appreciate it.
Hey, Dan, it's good to be back with you.
So would you like to opine on who should get how many loaves of bread? Or maybe we could just pull back and talk about the ascendancy of the DSA and what you think about its impact both on the Democrat Party and how its overt candidates will do in November.
Yeah. You know, I sort of share Congresswoman Dingell's sentiment that I'm sort of sick of talking about Hasan Piker. I think the problem is that this was many Democrats' own doing because they were looking for this way to, quote unquote, expand their big tent after losing to Trump in 2024. And this was their answer. They started bringing people like Piker into the coalition. He became kind of a favored guest, with the Pod Save America crew. And all of a sudden, people started, repelling against that and thinking this guy is not only not that smart, but has a lot of troubling views. And now I think Democrats are kind of regretting having brought him in the first place. But this is the bed that they laid. And so now we have to talk about it.
Right. And so, I mean, there's a long way to go between now and the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November. But control of the Senate realistically could come down to Michigan. And I think it's going to be hard for if Mike Rogers and the Senate Republicans run the campaign properly, I think it's going to be hard for him to separate himself from Piker and from the DSA platform and from some of his rather doctrinaire Islamist views, because the electorate is going to be treated to relentless advertising of all of the above.
Yeah. Look, I mean, just putting my analyst hat on for a second, I would say that I think regardless of El Sayed's numerous problems, he is probably still a slight favorite to win in November purely because of the national environment. However, he is going to make this job as difficult as possible for himself. And I think, you've seen in the last week now, he's tried to distance himself from Piker. I think the problem is that there is kind of a months-long track record of embracing with him, of saying, I'm going to campaign with this guy despite everything that we know about him. And, one of the interesting nuggets from the primary election that he ran against Haley Stevens, which ended up being very, very close, was that the places where El Sayed underperformed and where he lost to Stevens were the counties in Michigan that were majority or heavily black and more working class. The places that he did very well in were college towns, wider, more affluent parts of the state. And the problem for him is that come November, those are not the places he needs to win. Those are not the kinds of voters he needs to win in order to win a state like Michigan, which is heavily working class, which has a large black population. So a lot of the things that he's doing seem to not be in service of that ultimate goal of trying to win a general election.
So, do you believe there is this schism within the Democratic Party between the DSA and non-DSA? Or is it really a DSA party, and you have some people that for, their narrow political reasons are taking positions contrary to DSA orthodoxy, but will, fold into the DSA if they get elected? I mean, much like, frankly, El Sayed is trying to sort of reposition himself on issues, too. He's saying things that he may or may not necessarily believe in order to make himself palatable. You see people like Acton in Ohio running for governor doing the same thing. So is it a schism, or is it a DSA party, and people are going to have to pantomime reasonableness on some things in order to win in particular races?
It's a good question. I'm not ready to say just yet that this is the DSA's party. I think, the writer Matt Iglesias had an interesting two-part series recently where he talked about how, a lot of people confuse the establishment in the Democratic Party for the term moderate. And in fact, the establishment of the Democratic Party is quite progressive.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of them, even though I'm sure if you got them off the record, would be, admit that they are horrified by a lot of the things they hear the DSA say, their primary objective is to win back power. And in their minds, the way to do that is to just take help from anybody with a D next to their name. And so if that's the DSA, well, you put up with, some of their worst excesses to get a seat here or there. And, the problem is that over time, and this has actually happened in both parties, but the Democrats have become a lot more ideologically homogenous. They've become much more liberal over time, and the part of their base that is moderate or conservative has been on a steady decline. And so you have a lot fewer guardrails or places where people can push back against an ascendant group like the DSA. And so, in the meantime, you've got candidates trying to run in places like Ohio and Iowa and Alaska, trying to flip the Senate for the Democrats. But the national conversation is being guided in large part by this ascendant left wing that includes the DSA, and it's going to make their job hard. It's not impossible that they could still win the Senate, but I think it makes it way harder than it otherwise could be.
And so does this come down to sort of which side is more effective? A more effective hanging Trump around the necks of Republican candidates so long as his approval ratings are sub 40, versus making all the Dem candidates DSA candidates and trying to make them box office poison? I mean, is that the basic gist of what we're going to see? And frankly, even though I know there's a lot of enthusiasm for Democrats, there's a huge resource advantage for Republicans that could be dispositive in close races as well.
It's true. So being a midterm cycle, I think that is probably what you're going to see. You're going to see each side try to define their opponents by the least popular elements on that side. And I think, if you're Republicans, the hard thing is that the national wins just you're running into them. Mm-hmm. With Trump's approval rating and people still being frustrated about the economy and the war in Iran, I think that the Republicans have a higher mountain to climb if they are, hoping to win some of these swing races. Now, what I will say is you don't have to look that far back to see some exceptions to that. In the 2022 midterm cycle, Democrats nationally did not have a very good midterm. In a lot of states, there was a red wave. However, they were able in some of these swing states to portray their Republican opponents as too extreme, and they were able to win some of those races and hold on to some of those seats. And so I think there is a template that shows Republicans might be able to, in the case like Michigan, a little bit less so in Maine, though, Maine's Democratic nominee there is still quite progressive. In some of these places where if they can effectively portray the Democrats running in those races as extremists, these are still swing states at the end of the day. And so it's not a given that even in a favorable national environment, the Democrats are going to win those races.
Yeah. And but on the House side, too, the gerrymandering that went on earlier this year gives Republicans a little bit more of a margin for error, or at least perhaps minimizing the damage than otherwise would be the case.
That is true. From the estimates I've seen, it looks like Democrats probably would have to win a national popular vote by about 4 or 5 points in order to flip the House. Last I saw, they were ahead by about 6 points in the generic, what we call the generic ballot, which is the question of which party people prefer to control Congress. So if my guess is, as of today, Democrats are going to flip the House. Now, how many seats and they have in their majority, I think, is very much up for debate. Both parties now, after the kind of gerrymandering wars, have a lot higher floors. So there's a lot more seats that are kind of baked in, and it's shrunk the playing field of truly competitive seats. So Democrats could win the House, they might only have a majority of about 10 to 15 seats. So it would be a lot smaller than the last time that they won back the House.
Michael Baharin, editor-in-chief of The Long View, formerly of the Liberal Patriot. Michael, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, Dan. Thank you.
And he joined us on the alphawealthgroup.com answer line.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper, hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hi, it's Amy Jacobson, and last year I hired Level 10 Coatings to give my garage floor a total makeover, and I am loving it. It still looks great, shiny and clean. Level 10 Coatings. Now, you've got to call these guys if your garage floor is cracked, stained, still covered in salt. Don't live like that. Get it done now so you can enjoy it this summer. Level 10 Coatings. They're fast, reliable, and highly professional. Guess what? I went to work. When I came home, it was done. A shiny, new, gleaming garage floor. A quick, easy fix. And it's guaranteed never to chip or peel. Why? It's not an epoxy job. It's better. Level 10 uses polyurea, which is much better than epoxy. So schedule your free quote today and mention me, Amy, to receive $500 off. Visit level10coatings.com. That's level, the number 10, coatings.com, or call 855-510-2628. Staff are local and ready to answer questions. Level 10 Coatings, your premier concrete coating experts.
Some of the deepest wounds our veterans carry are the ones we can't see. The men and women who served this country often come home dealing with the lasting effects of that service, and they deserve our support that lasts just as long. The Core Medical Foundation provides wellness resources and medical care for veterans and first responders facing those challenges, making sure the people who fought for us don't have to fight alone. Their Core Freedom fundraiser goes even further, helping kids battling cancer and families facing hard times. Here's how you can join the mission. For just $5 a ticket, you're in the running for some serious hardware. Prize 1 is a Sons of Liberty MK1 Recce with an EOTech, plus a Canik Mete MCP Prime. Prize 2 is a Genesis Arms Ronin 12-gauge with an EOTech and a Huxworth suppressor. Go to CoreGunRaffle.com and grab your tickets. Every dollar goes straight to the mission, and it closes on October 14th. Support the mission. Support the families. Hold the line. That's CoreGunRaffle.com.
Virago is fending off viruses and making America healthy again.
Hi, my name is Dr. Michael Huber. I'm one of the co-founders of Virago, the immune enhancement cocktail. Here are what some Virago users have to say.
I started using Virago a little more than a year ago. I have 3 school-age kids, and they are constantly bringing home whatever bug is going around school, whether it's a cold, a sore throat, whatever it is. Everyone in the house was getting sick. I started taking Virago to help boost my immune system, and it worked. I haven't been sick since starting Virago. I use just a half a dose daily unless I feel like I'm getting something. Then I'll take a full dose for a day or 2, and I'm fine. I also feel great and more on top of my game, like my memory is sharper. I'm not forgetting things. I absolutely recommend Virago.
Boost your immune system with Virago. Order your bottle today. Visit myvirago.com. That's myvirago.com.
And use promo code IMMUNE to get 30% off.
That's myvirago.com. Use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. Virago and Maha, making America healthy again.
Are you turning 65 and thinking about Medicare? Or are you over 65 and haven't enrolled yet because you still have coverage at work? Either way, Medicare done correctly will be the best health insurance you will ever have. Imagine having an annual deductible of only $283. There are only 2 good things about aging, wisdom and Medicare. But to navigate the Medicare maze properly, you need a mentor. Best part? My guidance costs you nothing. Call me. I can help.
If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Medicare, then you need a local expert on your side. Your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 30-year licensed broker who's been educating our listeners for more than a decade. Steve, how can our listeners get in touch with you?
Thanks, Dan. They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551. That's 630-674-1551.
AM 560, The Answer.
If you needed another reason to ignore the Chicago sky and never purchase a ticket to see terrible basketball and a ignorant goof like Natasha Cloud, the one who challenged Enes Kanter from the court, it's been a story all week. Maybe Sky owner Michael Alter will turn you off of the Sky. He's a North Shore commercial real estate guy. Michael Alter is his name. He owns the Sky. This is what he had to say about Enes Kanter Freedom being banned from Wintrust Arena over that verbal court to stands confrontation with Natasha Cloud.
Why wasn't Enes given a warning?
I can only answer for the reason. You're kind of making me repeat over and over, so I think at some point we need to move on. But he wasn't given a warning because certain threats don't get warnings. He was given a lot of leeway. As I said, he was sitting there and he was trash talking her and all that. So he was certainly given leeway. But at a certain point, when somebody, to use an extreme example, when you shoot a gun at someone, you don't get a warning. Don't do that again. Your action doesn't deserve a warning. You take action that becomes a threat, you don't get a warning.
Cheering for Sophie Cunningham is the same thing as shooting at someone. The quality of the intellect, just dizzying. Another North Shore dandy, another male impersonator. Michael Alter is his name, Alter. Don't forget it. The owner of the Chicago Sky. She confronts him because he's cheering for Sophie Cunningham, saying, as he recounted, she's not going to sleep with you, Silver, and other profane things, because if you've read or listened to anything she said online, and we played you clips, she is a profane, identitarian, intemperate, ignoramus. And as Kanter Freedom, what he did is tantamount to shooting at her. And you wonder why people give up on Chicago. Let's check the headlines with Mike Scott.
8:33 in the QC Kinetics newsroom. A deadly and catastrophic flood taking place in Nepal this week.
Rescue teams right now in Nepal are in a race against the clock as they search for any sort of survivors, with so many still missing, including at least 65 Americans, according to officials in Nepal. There are real fears the death toll will only increase. Now, initially, the U.S. Geological Survey reported an earthquake in the area minutes before the flash flood. But the USGS now believes it was a powerful landslide that struck. One theory, part of a glacier broke off, triggering an avalanche of ice and rock, which in turn caused the flood. The Red Cross says at least 10,000 families have lost their homes, and rescue efforts could not be more difficult.
Several bridges were also destroyed, cutting off communities from main roads. The man allegedly behind the 9/11 attacks will stand trial in June of 2028. A military judge made the ruling Wednesday, nearly 25 years after the attacks and 2 weeks before the anniversary. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed was captured in 2003 and has been held at Guantanamo Bay since 2006. An American Airlines flight bound for Charlotte was delayed after the aircraft yesterday experienced tire issues while taxiing for departure at O'Hare.
I think there should be an urgency to get some more people on the ground figuring out what's going on. It's just an unsettling feeling.
American Airlines says Flight 3280 had pushed back from the gate when the problem was discovered. The FAA says the crew reported 2 blown tires while taxiing for departure around 2:30. It was the 5th incident involving blown aircraft tires in Chicago this month and the 4th at O'Hare. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson has signed an executive order to try and establish procurement standards for companies that do business with the city.
We are using the enormous purchasing power of the city of Chicago to put our values into practice.
The order requires current contractors and subcontractors to disclose whether they have received more than $500,000 through contracts with government entities or law enforcement agencies, and whether they faced any alleged violations of civil rights. 8 people have gone to the hospital after an explosion in Bloomington destroyed a house and several cars. The house where the explosion occurred yesterday has been completely destroyed. Fire departments remain on the scene, and that fire is under investigation. Chicago sports. Cubs got blanked by the Diamondbacks 2-0. White Sox beat the Rangers 10-4. Tristan Peters with a home run. He hit a home run in game number 5 in a row, tying the rookie record set by teammate Mune Murakami earlier this season. The news is a service of Mattress Firm. Still sleeping on that old bed? Mattress Firm's sleep experts can help you choose the perfect upgrade. They'll guide you every step of the way, answering your questions. Shop today, save big. It's their best sale of the year, and they make sleep easy. A check of traffic and weather coming up next on AM 560.
Join John Anthony, host of Black and Right, for the 7th annual Live on the Lake cruise on Lake Michigan, Saturday, September 19th. Come aboard the luxury yacht Free Spirit for a fun afternoon with fellow AM 560 listeners. Enjoy great food and beverages and be a part of the live broadcast of Black and Right with John Anthony. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/cruise. That's 560theanswer.com/cruise.
Foundations of Freedom, a look at America's founding principles and the leaders who shaped our nation.
Near the end of the Revolutionary War, George Washington received a letter from one of his own officers. Colonel Louis Nicola suggested that America might be better served by a monarchy, with Washington himself as king. Washington firmly rejected the idea. He had spent years leading Americans in a fight for independence from a monarchy. He would not see that victory end with America creating a king of its own. He understood that the cause of the revolution was greater than any one man. His example reminds us that power can be offered, earned, or taken. But character determines whether we use it for ourselves or remain faithful to something greater.
Your kitchen's outdated. Your bathroom feels cramped. Every day you wait, prices go up. And you keep living in a space that doesn't work. At Forever Remodeling, one team handles everything. Design, planning, and installation, start to finish. We show you your new space in 3D before we ever break ground. No surprises. With flexible financing options, the home you want is closer than you think. Visit foreverremodeling.com. That's the number 4everremodeling.com to schedule your personalized in-home design consultation.
Step right up and see the magnificent Beck sofa at Penny Mustard.
What's with the circus getup?
Ever seen a clown car?
With clowns that keep climbing out one after another?
Exactly. The Beck's sofa is Penny Mustard's clown car.
How so?
The Beck's appears to be a petite, apartment-sized sofa.
Yeah.
But it can hold contortionists, lion tamers, and the ringmaster too.
Step right up and see the Beck sofa, starting at $19.77 at Penny Mustard.
Now open in Algonquin.
PennyMustard.com.
You've worked hard for everything you have, your home, your investments, your real estate. When you're gone, someone has to manage it. Choosing the right trustee or executor is one of the most important decisions you'll make.
We kept putting it off. We figured our oldest would handle everything.
Then we thought, what if something happens to him?
Or what if the kids can't agree? We've seen money tear families apart.
We called Home State Bank, and I wish we'd done it sooner.
Home State Bank serves as trustee or executor for families across Northern Illinois, stepping in as the professional, impartial manager of your estate so your family doesn't have to carry that burden. They don't take sides, and they'll carry out your wishes exactly as you intended. Take the first step today by calling 815-459-2000 to meet with a trust officer face-to-face. Again, that's 815-459-2000. Home State Bank. Hometown professionals working together to build a stronger community since 1915.
Signature, a division of Esquire Bank, offers Chicago businesses relationship-first banking. Signature knows your name and your story because personalized banking still matters. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature is where I do my business banking.
Hi, I'm Tony Patrick, CEO of Total Wall and a client of Signature. We produce high-performance materials used in exterior insulating finish systems and other stucco applications. Every growing business needs a strong team behind it. Over the years, Signature has been more than a financial partner. They've shared their knowledge, offered guidance, and connected us with trusted professionals who help strengthen our business. They're a valuable extension of our team and a true partner. That's why I value my relationship with Signature.
Signature helps local businesses succeed. Want to learn how Signature can help turn your business vision into reality? Call Signature, a division of Esquire Bank, at 773-467-5600 or visit signature.esquirebank.com. Esquire Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Welcome back to Ask Hasslis.
Are your employee-free Hasslis showrooms some kind of big viral prank?
We simply let you try our selection of Beauty Rest, Sealy Posturepedic, and more without commission-crazy salespeople breathing down your neck.
Sure you do.
And through Monday, get a free adjustable base with the purchase of a select Sealy Posturepedic or Beauty Rest mattress, plus free next-day delivery.
So shopping at Hasslis won't make me TikTok famous?
Absolutely not.
Darn.
Find an employee-free showroom near you at Hasslis.com.
Sign up for the AM 560 Answer Advantage to get early alerts on event ticket sales, special discounts, and contest opportunities. Sign up today at 560theanswer.com/advantage.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Real Story with Jeannie Ives and Amy Jacobson. Heard weekday mornings at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
2 Kennedy inbound. It's 1 hour from O'Hare to the Burns Circle interchange. Northbound 55, accident right shoulder. Northbound right at Route 53, an accident on the Bishop Ford. It's on the inbound side just after King Drive. Traffic, a service of the AM 560 mobile app. You can download the app at 560theanswer.com/mobile. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. And up next, a check of the morning forecast in the Air Right Heating and Cooling Weather Center. Sunny to partly cloudy with a couple of sprinkles this afternoon and a high of 81.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from The Signature, a division of Esquire Bank Studios.
If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. It's interesting to see the moves in Western Europe as it pertains to border security. For example, reporting out this week, Sweden blocked, one of those Nordic states that the socialists always suggest that we're trying to be more like when they're trying to soft pedal their neo-Bolshevikism. Sweden is a lot more free market than it was 30 years ago, as I've explained before, and they're also taking a much different posture than the open borders neo-Bolsheviks are taking. Sweden officially blocked 96% of all citizenship applications for the month of July, only accepted fewer than 100 people, mainly from Nordic nations. In Portugal, they're banning the wearing of burqas. After a dalliance with open borders policies. Now, there's flip side, too. In Spain, they opened fire with rubber bullets on people protesting the open border policies of that socialist government. Not the people who entered, but the Spanish citizens who are protesting open borders policies. In the UK, as we talked about a little bit earlier this week, pamphlets being distributed as they allow people to enter this country at their country at their leisure. Pamphlets very much in keeping with Eileen, O'Neill, O'Malley, Madigan, Cullerton, Daly, Burke. Signage, pamphlets in this case, not posting it on the public transit like we do in Cook County, but same concept, pamphlets. Domestic abuse is illegal. In the UK, it is illegal to hurt, threaten, or control your partner or family. This includes hitting, pushing, or any physical violence, threatening or verbal abuse, controlling their money, where they go, honor-based violence or abuse. That's one. Another pamphlet. In the UK, both people must say yes to sex. This is called consent. If you have sex with someone who does not want to, this is called rape. Rape is a serious crime. It is still rape if you are married to the person or in a relationship, if they agreed once but then changed their mind. Another pamphlet for migrants that are going to be the strength of the UK, open borders policies of the Labour government there. Diversity is the strength. But we have to make sure they understand domestic abuse is illegal, that rape is illegal, and that the legal age of consent in the UK is 16. Sex or sexual contact with anyone under the age of 16 is a serious crime in the UK. If they look older or it is allowed in another country, you must never have sex with anyone under 16. Well, that's very instructive. If you're allowing people into your country that don't understand those basics, one might think you shouldn't be allowing them into your country. I know, that's crazy talk. Speaking of which, Paul Sperry has a really interesting investigative piece over at RealClearInvestigations.com. We were talking about the rise of Islamism within the greater rise of DSA. We were just talking about with Michael Bahrain. Paul Sperry's piece, don't forget about New Jersey, America's Medinas, turning U.S. cities into beachheads for Islam. And he focuses on Paterson, New Jersey. I'd almost forgotten Adam Hamaway is going to be a congresswoman from New Jersey. He was the Palestinian candidate who won the primary open seat vacated by Mikey Sherrill, the now governor. who was affiliated with the Blind Sheik and Al Qaeda back in the day. So you think Al Saeed has some terrorist ties. Patterson, New Jersey now, holds an annual Palestinian flag-raising ceremony during which residents chant Free, Free Palestine. And in 2022, it renamed a 5-block stretch of Main Street Palestine Way. In 2023, Patterson Mayor Andre Sayegh signed a sister city agreement with the mayor of Ramallah, city in the West Bank and the seat of power of the Palestinian Authority, which, of course, celebrates the killing of Israelis. In Patterson, New Jersey as well, its largest mosque, the Islamic Center of Passaic County, is run by a radical cleric whose brother-in-law was a senior Hamas commander in the West Bank. He orchestrated a number of suicide bombings against Israelis. Before immigrating to the U.S. from Jordan, the leading Patterson imam, a guy named Mohammed Katanani, served time in an Israeli prison for his own confessed ties to Hamas. Yet he was presented the keys to the city by Patterson's mayor in 2024. Until last year, U.S. immigration authorities had sought to deport Katanani because he hid his criminal record on an application for a green card. But last year, judges appointed by Obama and Biden ruled he could stay in the United States. He's also admitted terror ties to the Muslim Brotherhood, oversees satellite mosques in neighboring Clifton and Prospect Park, New Jersey as well, and generally likes to advocate for violence in the direction of identified enemies of Islam. In Patterson, New Jersey, Muslims have turned out to elect several brethren as councilmen, including a Democrat named Allah Abdelaziz, who last year went on to become New Jersey's first Palestinian American state assemblyman. More than 40 Muslims now hold elective office in the state. The Patterson Police Department, more than 30 Muslims are now on the force. Some have sewn Palestinian flags on their uniforms. Former Patterson Police Chief Ibrahim Bakora was sworn in on the Quran. Another local hotbed for political activism, reports Paul Sperry, is the Palestinian American Community Center, a well-funded anti-Israeli operation with close to $2 million in assets. Mainstay of the greater Patterson, New Jersey community, the center helps organize the city's Palestine Day on Palestine Way Festival, lobbies for U.S. divestment from Israel, which, of course, it claims is carrying out a genocide against the Palestinian people. And this is spreading in New Jersey, as was mentioned. Paul Sperry reports, to varying degrees, the actions of Muslims in these New Jersey communities echo those of immigrants who come before them, creating thriving communities that can feel more foreign than American, supporting one another to gain office and influence, renaming streets after their own heroes, giving recognition to their own holidays. But critics warn that communities such as Patterson also reflect the different challenges posed by Islam, which is now the nation's fastest growing religion. Assimilation is just demonstrably rare in U.S. munis with heavy concentrations of Muslim migrants. Large influxes of Muslims from abroad have changed not only the complexion, culture, values, and traditions of cities, but also the demographic makeups of city councils, local units of government, police departments. And so, the issue is not the maintenance of one's heritage or the free expression of one's religion, as we talked about earlier in the program, and we've talked about off and on for many moons now. It's creating little pockets of basically a Sharia compliant or Sharia imposed law. It's the separatist nature of it, the lack of assimilation as was described here.
And, this is playing itself out from coast to coast, nation's fastest growing religion. As the Trump administration has taken a number of initiatives to separate the wheat from the chaff, meaning separate the peaceful pluralist Muslims from those who are radicalized and are pushing radicalization and are suborning violence as the means to political and religious ends, just as the larger DSA is suborning political violence, secular political violence, to political ends. This is a story that is not going away. And it's something, as I said earlier in the program when we were talking about Karl Rove's suggestion about how to, basically hang the DSA around the political necks of DSA candidates and non-DSA candidates alike come November. This needs to be a part of it. There needs to be a call for clarity of one's position on the consequences of open borders and on this Islamification of everything from the Girl Scouts to Paterson, New Jersey.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
To have a roof over your head, a nice roof over your head, is very important.
That's Rick talking about his experience with Rhino Shield ceramic coating.
We got Rhino Shield 18 years ago, and they were very cooperative on getting us the right paint. They were in and out and done in no time. Once it was finished, looked great. We were very happy with it.
The main reason Rick called Rhino Shield is because Rhino Shield is backed by a 25-year warranty.
We've watched a lot of people get their house painted 3 or 4 times, and we haven't had to do any of it. I don't know about you guys, but I don't want to have to paint it every 5-7 years.
Take a tip from Rick. Put down that paintbrush and pick up your phone. Give Rhino Shield a call at 847-850-1132. Call now and receive 10% off the regular price. Or go to ChicagoRhinoShield.com.
We got Rhino Shield 18 years ago. Financially makes sense, especially if it's going to last like this did. It still looks great.
For your 10% off, call now, 847-850-1132. Or go to ChicagoRhinoShield.com.
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Are you carrying more than $10,000 in credit card debt? Do you feel like you're running on a financial treadmill, making payment after payment, month after month, yet never getting ahead? If you're tired of watching your hard-earned money disappear into interest charges, there may be options available to help you take back control of your finances. At Total Financial Freedom, they'll show you what qualified consumers may be able to save through programs designed to help them resolve debt faster than making minimum payments alone. The consultation is free, confidential, and comes with absolutely no obligation. Why spend years, sometimes decades, paying thousands in interest when there may be a better path forward? Total Financial Freedom is a Christian-owned company that has helped thousands of Americans pursue financial freedom for nearly 20 years and is proudly A+ rated and accredited by the Better Business Bureau. Call now and ask how you can receive a complimentary copy of The Debt Dietitian. Stop running in place. Start moving toward financial freedom at 866-844-7344. 866-844-7344.
Foundations of Freedom, a look at America's founding principles and the leaders who shaped our nation.
Near the end of the Revolutionary War, George Washington received a letter from one of his own officers. Colonel Louis Nicholas suggested that America might be better served by a monarchy, with Washington himself as king. Washington firmly rejected the idea. He had spent years leading Americans in a fight for independence from a monarchy. He would not see that victory end with America creating a king of its own. He understood that the cause of the revolution was greater than any one man. His example reminds us that power can be offered, earned, or taken. But character determines whether we use it for ourselves or remain faithful to something greater.
AM 560, The Answer.
Robert and Lyle, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so first of all, I'm not against anybody, but a Muslim cannot be an American citizen, and I'll explain this to you why. They cannot take an oath to become a citizen here because they are not forsaking Sharia law and these other things, which go totally against their constitution and law because their women are considered property and they don't have rights. And so by doing that, they're being disingenuous. And of course, all Muslims, they might say they're not practicing or whatever, but the fact of the matter is that they can potentially become that. So I believe that a Muslim could work here, live here, but they cannot be an American citizen, nor should they ever hold office.
I don't agree with that, because I'm a peaceful pluralist, and so and I judge people on their behavior, and they certainly have the freedom of conscience, those are God-given rights too, as we understand them, and as they're memorialized in our founding documents. So not only do I think that Zuhdi Jasser could hold office, I hope he wins that congressional race in Arizona, just for example. So there's no need to essentially throw the baby out with the bathwater. You can distinguish the two. Thanks for joining us on another edition of Chicago's Morning Answer. Appreciate all the calls and texts. We'll be back tomorrow to round out the week with a little bit more wit and wisdom. It's now 9 o'clock on AM 560 WIND Chicago.
Devastation in the Himalayas. I'm Carmen Roberts, Fox News. A flash flood in Nepal and Tibet kills at least 350 people, with more than 1,300 missing, including 65 Americans. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt responding on Fox.
The first priority for this president and for Secretary Rubio will always be Americans. And so we're focused on rescuing every American that we possibly can. We're already, of course, doing that. As I said, we've rescued a handful thus far, and that effort will continue.
But the catastrophic damage has made it very tough to rescue survivors. Red Cross Nepal Chief David Fisher tells Fox.
We've been able to access some of the affected areas where there are many, many traumatized people. But unfortunately, some of the areas can only be reached by helicopter.
Geologists say it appears that a glacier collapsed yesterday, sending a deadly torrent of water and mud several stories high, tearing through the area. And now Nepal is warning of fresh danger from rising lake water. The White House stays focused on applying economic pressure on Iran rather than military action. And as Fox's Trey Yingst reports from Tel Aviv, sanctions are having an effect.
New images from inside of Iran show lines at gas stations in the country, an indication the naval blockade and sanctions are starting to have a tangible effect. Inflation numbers are also rising in Iran as the currency weakens. This is affecting the entire population of Iran. Regional intelligence sources tell Fox News there is growing concern among officials in Tehran about the possibility of renewed protests in Iran over the economic situation.
In Massachusetts, Lindsay Clancy's murder trial resumed during the past hour, with closing arguments expected to take about 90 minutes. A jury must decide whether she knew killing her 3 children was wrong or if she is not criminally responsible due to her claim of postpartum psychosis. America's listening to Fox News.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Today, expect a mix of sunshine and a few clouds with a chance of a sprinkle in the afternoon. The high will reach 81 degrees. Tonight will be mainly clear, providing excellent viewing conditions for the lunar eclipse. The low will drop to 64 degrees. Tomorrow will bring partly sunny skies and pleasant weather with a high of 80 degrees. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Freedom Summit Chicago returns to the Westin Chicago Northwest in Itasca on Saturday, October 10th. Headlined by investigative journalist James O'Keefe and former Wisconsin Governor Scott Walker. They'll be joined by Dan Proft, Sean Thompson, Jeannie Ives, Amy Jacobson, John Anthony, and many more. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Firago and by Nauman and Associates.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply